Oh, I love that song. It really gets me going. Good morning, everybody. I'm just sorting a bit of fabric here. Did you know it's National Kissing Day? So this one is for you. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street. It's lovely to have your company. We've got a bumper morning coming up. Let's just get on with it, shall we? Let's do our early bird. Let's do our early bird now. Have you got dirty work surfaces that need cleaning? Well, watch a different channel, because this is Sewing Street and we do sewing here. So my early bird this morning is some beautiful thread. Hey! We have got a gorgeous, gorgeous pack of sewing thread. Now, 1,000 meters per reel. 20 different reels of thread. That means 20,000. See, I can even do maths. I've really got it all, haven't I? 20,000 meters of polyester sewing thread. And this is going to be great for all your construction, your overlocking. You could use it for patchwork piecing. You can use it for basting as well. Great selection of neutrals and useful colours. Now, let me open this up. Now, at the moment, it's $34.99, which is a fab price. Now, just help me out here, boys. $34.99, 20 reels of thread. How much are we paying per reel? I can sort fabric into colours, but I can't do numbers. $175 per reel. Now, that's for 1,000 metres. And if you think about that in terms of like reels of, say, your sew-all thread, 10 of those, which would be easily over £20. That's just one reel of thread. How about we make this £1 a reel? Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm going to start Facebook Live as well while we do that. See, how many of you enjoyed my little joke at the start? I hope you did. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist. Anyway, listen, some bright good mornings. Let me say good morning to Leslie Joy, good morning, and Claire as well, Morag, morning Stuart and team. Lots of kisses from Mo this morning. Morning Stuart from Anne, Lynn, morning Stuart on this bright and sunny morning. You do make me smile. Steph, morning Stuart. Lovely shirt. It is National Chocolate Eclair Day. Yes, it is, Steph. Please, dark chocolate, lots of cream. Also National Onion Ring Day, which I am absolutely there for. Sandra says, morning love less, Stuart. I'm hoping that's a typo. It's Thank a Musician Day too. Well, our producer Ben is a musician, stop it. And he's a very, very good musician. And he said magician. So, yes, it is. It is. Oh, gosh, what a start to the day. We're in a bit of a silly mood, aren't we? Morning, happy National Kissing Day from Liz. Those are for you, Liz. Yeah, National Kissing Day. What a lovely thing. What a lovely thing. My mum, bless her, loves the fact that I always blow her a kiss on air. So, Mum, that one really is for you. All right, back to our early bird. We've got 20 fabulous reels of thread here, and I seem to only have 19. Am I right? 5, 10, 15, 19. So there's one missing. But hey, Anna's got in touch to say, you made me laugh so much with your cleaning comment. Love it. So nice to see lots of kisses back. Sandra, lovely Stuart. Too early, sorry. Too early for... Oh, yeah, not loveless. Not loveless, lovely. Maureen, morning. Oh, thank goodness it isn't National Cleaning Day. Oh, you know what I say? Patchwork forever, cleaning whenever. Marie says, good morning, Stuart, and everyone watching. A lovely start to the day. Morning, everybody. Well, you do get one more reel of thread. I'm not sure what colour it is. Oh, there it is. It's a navy blue. Thank you, Alex. Look at that. Great value, £20 for 20,000 metres of thread. That's a brilliant deal. It's a brilliant deal. Great for your piecing, great for construction. Right, let's do our menu. Let's see what's coming up. 8 a.m. I've never met a colour I don't like, says Stuart Hillard. And we've got a first hour that's all about glorious colour. Now then, at 9 o'clock, I'm joined by the fabulous Sandra Rushton with Sanntangle Quilt and Sewing Planner. Now, both of these projects are gorgeous. Check out this quilt that's hanging behind me. How fabulous is this? With all different tangles drawn in the blocks. We've got a coloured in version here, and we've also got a black and white version. I mean, both of them are just sensational. And Sandra's also created an amazing sewing planner, which is a thing of beauty, and I know you're going to love it. It's really cool. I've already picked my colour. Right, at 10 o'clock, we've got fabulous fabrics and tools. We've got some great fabrics in that hour. We've got the last of the Tilda, Bloomsville. Last chance, I think, so stick around. We've also got a gorgeous new range from Poppy Cotton, which is all about sunflowers and sunshine. Really pretty. Ben has also put a really pretty solids bundle together in that hour, and I think you're going to love that. I think it's really pretty. So that's at 10. Now 11 o'clock, Sandra is back with Sanntangle Poinsettia Triangle Cushion. This is absolutely gorgeous, and I know you might be thinking, isn't it a little early for Christmas? But our sewing projects take a while, don't they? And the smart money gets ahead. I was telling Ben and Charlie this morning, our director Charlie, I do my sewing projects for Christmas starting in January, so it's never too early to start. Humour me. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got quilting rulers and tools. I'm going to be doing some demos in that hour on how to use some of my favourite Creative Grids rulers and trimming tools. So, a great morning. I hope you'll spend it with us here on Sewing Street. Now, let's just have a quick look and see how you can shop. Let's go to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch Live, and there we are. Little advert there for Festival of Quilts. I hope I'm going to see you there. I'm there every single day. It would be great to have your company. It's the 20th anniversary as well. Ben's going to be there. We're all going to be there, I think, at some point, but I'm there every day. But there you go, you can see. Now, there's the Moxie. There's the Moxie. We haven't got the Moxie on air today. We had it yesterday, but lots of you got very excited about having the Moxie. We've only got one of the Moxie on its own without Pro Stitcher left. And we've only got 3 of the Moxie with Pro Stitcher Lite available. So if you want either of those, there is a great deal on both packages. Lots of freebies, amazing price. So have a little look at that. There's Sanntangle planners. They are so gorgeous. Really thrilled that Sandra's done that, actually. It's really good. And then look at all these lovely fabrics we've got in the first hour. It's going to be a whistle stop tour. It really is. We've got loads, including lots of beautiful solids. Look at all that. Absolutely gorgeous. Right. There we go. Laurie, hi Stuart, you can come and clean my house anytime. Bring your cleaning gear. Yeah. Steph, who was the comedian who used to do a cleaning routine as if he got caught on guard? I don't know. We'll Google it. Right, let's make a start. I have got so much lovely fabric here. Let's start with Wiltshire Shadow. Let's do that. No, that can't go there. Let's do Wiltshire Shadow. Now, let me just show you all the bundles together first of all, because I want to show you where we're heading with this. So we have got, look at this one. This is a winter. We've got winter. We've got autumn. We've got summer. and we have got spring. So shall we start with summer? Let's start with summer as we're right in summer. Beautiful bundle of Wiltshire Shadow from Liberty. So in this bundle you're getting 10 half meters. You're actually saving the cost of one of those half meters, so you're saving £8.49. This is a beautiful sort of bright pastel summery bundle of loveliness, isn't it? A gorgeous rainbow of summery gorgeousness. 100% beautiful cotton from Liberty, quilt weight cotton, just a perfect blender. Or if you just love that rainbow, just go for it and use this. They're real ice cream colours, aren't they? Yeah, if you're making a really sort of special quilt, yeah, use a special blender. Absolutely, absolutely. But also these fabrics, you know, deserve their own place in a quilt, don't they? And they deserve to be the superstar. If you've got either Simple Shapes or Make 100 Quilts from me, in Make 100 Quilts you've got an ice cream quilt, and in Simple Shapes Stunning Quilts rather, you've got an ice lolly quilt. These would be great for ice lollies or ice creams, I feel. Very nice. So that's the summer. Let's do autumn next. This is our autumn bundle. So these are those sort of deep, rich, love these purples. Absolutely gorgeous. That's the one I've done, Alex. That one there. Thank you. These beautiful, deeper, richer shades. Love these greens, love these greens. Absolutely beautiful. More of those sort of rich jewel-like colours, aren't they? Autumn leaves and deeper, darker skies, bit more moody. And I love how the Wiltshire Shadow pattern really shows up on the darker colours. It's just fabulous. Love that. So that's autumn. Again, 10 half meters, you're only paying for 9 of them. Right, winter next. Winter is coming. Winter's coming. So this is, you've got your black, your deepest charcoal. I love this silvery grey. Again, half a metre of each. You've got those wintry, clear blue skies. This soft grey. Now this next one, check this out. This is Wiltshire Shadow Metallic Silver. Look at that. How fabulous is that? I know. Who's that girl? That is a bit of something, all right, isn't it? Love that. That's the Wiltshire Shadow in silver. We've also got Wiltshire Shadow in gold. Charlie, I know how you feel about gold. Isn't that stunning? Just beautiful. I am thinking wintry projects. I am thinking paper pieced snowflakes. And then you've also got a beautiful ecru and the white as well. So that's a really pretty neutral wintry bundle. Gorgeous. You pay for 9 half meters, you get 10 half meters. So you're saving £8.49. Really good saving. And then the start of the year, springtime, and this one I think might be my favourite. This is sugared almonds. This is soft, pretty, very pretty actually. This is a really, really nice bundle. Love that. Love that. Yeah, that's just spot on. Absolutely lovely. Now you could just mix any of these actually. This would mix really nicely with solid white, like a real nice crisp fresh white. You could do lovely little stars or chains or something like that. Piece of really gorgeous springtime quilt. Or something like we had Becky Alexander Frost yesterday with her Birds and Bees quilt, which was all done in solids. These Wiltshire shadows would be perfect for that quilt. If you don't like solids and you want something with just a little bit of pattern, but you still want to be able to have the nice kind of solid look, but with just a bit more interest. Just a bit more interest. Love those. Okay, that's the Wiltshire Shadow bundles. Now I've got some really, really good value mixers, blenders on their own, and I'm just going to flip that. Look at those. So I've got all of these beautiful colours, all by the ½ metre. Let's run through them. Now these are a brilliant price. Check this price out. We're going to start with 7.6. So this is that rich cobalty, inky blue. Look at the price, £3.99 for a ½ metre. So this is the blender you're going to want to put with everything, because that would work with batiks, it would work with solids, it would work with any of patterned fabrics, Kaif, you name it. So cobalt blue. Next one we've got 6.5. So this is something that's ocean peacock. Yeah, peacock. I like that. I like that. Peacock blue. Nice. It's lovely, isn't it? It's still nice and bright, but it's that lovely peacocky blue. Morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. Morning, Patricia. I wondered where you were. How are you, my love? What's the weather doing in Blackpool? Is it all right here? I arrived so early, you know, it's sort of middle of the night. No, it can cool down for me. I would like it a little cooler. Ending 2.8. Now this is a gorgeous kind of clear blue sky. It's called denim, but it's definitely a sort of more of a sky blue than a denim, I would say. I always think of denim as being a bit more that sort of colour. Do you know what I mean? And this has definitely got that sort of brightness to it. Phenomenal value. Now think about this where you need a background fabric, sashings, an inner or outer border, a binding. Very sunny and hot in Blackpool. Gorgeous. June says, morning, naughty boy. Love you. Naughty but nice, June. Naughty but nice. I love that. Also think about quilt backings, because you know, you don't always have to join fabrics together. Sometimes 44 inches wide is more than enough. These are great value fabrics. They'd be great value fabrics for joining as well. Ending 4.8. Lilac. Lilac. That's lovely. Yeah, really pretty. I have a very funny but rather naughty story about smelling lilacs, and I can't tell you, but if you ever see me at a show and there's a gin bar, buy me a gin and I might tell you the story. It is a very, very funny story. I shouldn't say that, should I? I'm just teasing. Love that sort of mottled look. Like I say, it's almost batik-y looking. It is a printed cotton, but it would blend really well with so many different fabrics and such good value. We need these good value blenders. Next up, ending 1.9. What do you call that? I'd call that amethyst. Oh, it's just called purple. Purple. Do you remember? I mean, the certain brand of chocolate. It's that sort of purple, isn't it? Like that tin of sweets you have at Christmas. My dad always had the purple ones. I never knew what they even tasted like, because he only wanted those ones. We were allowed to have the rest of the tin, you know, so there was certainly nothing selfish about him only liking and wanting those. He would have 3 chocolates out of a whole tin. But because of that, I didn't even know what they tasted like until I was about 25. Yeah, I felt like I'd become a man when I had the first purple sweet from the tin. Yeah, it really was. It really was. June says, it's glorious here in Eastbourne. The doggies are just back from a swim in the sea. Oh, that's lovely, June. Ending 8-7. That is lovely. Dogs love water usually, don't they? Is this caramel tan? 10. Yeah, it's lovely. American tan. It's a great colour though. It's kind of caramelly, I think. Oh, caramel. Oh, that always makes my eye twitch. If you watch an American cookery show and they say caramelize. I think it's caramelize. Say it properly. And then if they use oregano as well in aluminium foil, I have to leave the room. Ending 07. Chartreuse. I'm down for that. That's zingy and beautiful, isn't it? A proper lovely leafy lime green. I'm wondering, when you buy your neutrals at home or your blenders, do you just buy neutral colours? You just get your creams and your greys and your tans, things like that? Or do you get the colours as well? I'm definitely, I want the whole painter's palette in my stash. Yeah. And I've moved away from always using creams and whites and tans and that kind of thing as a neutral. And I love using a bright colour as a neutral. It can work really well sometimes. This next one ends 8-0, and this is a really, really zingy lemon yellow. Sunshine on a cloudy day. Oh my goodness, this one's been flying out. 2 meters of this left, that's it. 2 meters. We have loads of fabrics this hour. If anybody wants to message in and see anything in particular, give me a shout. We'll try and get through them all. I'm going to whiz through them. Oh, we're doing all right. Ending 9-3. Jade? No. Oh, is it? Jade. There we go. There we go. Carol says, morning, I'm with you, Stuart. Americans don't talk properly. I couldn't possibly comment. June says, George loves the sea. This is June's dog. Have to put him on a long lead, otherwise he'd head off to France. Oh, it's cute though, isn't it? You see, I love going for walks and then you see, like, you know, I don't know, the dog comes along and dives in the, you know, water. They just love it. Can't imagine the smell at the end of it, but anyway, as long as they're having fun. That's beautiful. Love that. Loads and loads of this in baskets. This colour works really, really well with these sorts of browns and rusts, and orange looks amazing against this colour as well. Just lovely. Lovely, lovely colour. Let me move that out the way. We've got those barley pops coming up actually. So, and these fabrics are great, you know, $3.99 because you can use them as that blender, that border fabric, binding fabric. It can really help to bring the overall cost of making a quilt or a bag down. So you can maybe splash out a bit more on a nice bit of tulle, you know, on the outside, but then line your pockets, line your bag with your $3.99 half-meter blender, which still looks gorgeous. Beautiful fabric, 100% cotton, but it just evens out the overall price. George goes in the shower afterwards. No smelly dog there. Jolly good. Ending 06. Oh, I love that. Now that's almost like azalea pink, isn't it? Fuchsia? No, I think camellia. Azaleas. It's the colour of my cheeks after half a pint of beer. Half a pint of beer. Oh, you know, one of the best things when I did Sewing Bee, we went for a drink one night, and Anne Rowley, who won, who I absolutely adore, she drinks bitter. And I just think that's the best, because so do I. And I just thought I was the best thing, and we really bonded over a bitter. She wouldn't have a pint, though. I did try, and she wouldn't have a pint. Ending 5-2. Gorgeous. Rosy pink, isn't it? That's lovely. That's lovely. What colour do we call that? Bright pink. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Magenta, magenta, rosy pink. Lovely. Gorgeous. Love all these colours. Love the mottle as well. It's just a bit softer, isn't it? Next one, this ends 8/6. You've got to be poppy, carmine, claret. I know, claret I would think was darker, a bit deeper, but we'll take that. Claret. That's a good, for me, that's a good Christmas red. That's a good country Christmas red. It's not too bright. It's still lovely and intense, but that's for me hollyberry red or cranberry red. Lovely colour. Think about that now. Start stocking up for those colours that you're going to need for later in the year, shall we say? Later in the year. And two more. This one ends 2/7. This is a lovely soft dusky pink. What's that one, Ben? Blush. Blush. Blush pink. That's pretty, isn't it? Apple blossom pink. Apple blossom pink. Oh, all our apples are setting on the apple trees. It's lovely. They're the most delicious apples ever. My father-in-law planted the trees and they are fabulous. Love a crisp apple. And then the last one in the blend is only 1/7. And this is a lovely sort of almost like buttermilk clotted cream. It's called cream. Always really popular. You can do a lot with that, can't you? So just a good fabric to have in your stash. So those are our mottles. Stock up on them. $3.99, great price. Fabrics are going up, aren't they? If you spot a good value fabric in colours that you know you'll use, you know, as my mum would say, it won't eat or drink anything. You know, to have it in the cupboard, it's a very well-behaved house guest. Exactly, very economical. Love that. Right, shall we do the barley pops and then we'll get on to solids? Let's do barley pops. All right, so now our barley pops, we've got some duos. We've got 2 barley pops in a bundle. Now we'll start off with this one, which is these gorgeous autumnal colours. And then we've also got this fabulous rainbow as well. And you're going to get both. This is Dewdrop Dark, that's the one, that's the one. So it's $79.98. That's a great price. You're saving £10 there. These are Hoffman barley pops, which are the Rolls Royce, I think, of batik fabrics. And these you get 42.5-inch strips. Remember, you're getting 2 lots, so you get 80 strips in total. And every single one of them is different. So in a barley pop, you don't get any repeats. You get all these magnificent autumny forest browns, some corals and rusts, just every green you could ever wish for, I think, including those blue greens and turquoise greens, deep forest, and then these lovely kind of lichens, you say tomato, I say oregano, you say aluminum, I say, oh my goodness, wasn't that a typo? Apparently that's why the Americans say aluminum. It was a typo. Pure and simple. Fancy that. All these beautiful steely blues. This is a wintry sky and deep water. Just love all those. And then through into the greys as well. And just the most fabulous selection of autumnal colours. That's in the one barley pop. And then in the other barley pop, you get right here, right now, the most glorious rainbow of colours. Those zesty, bright, clear, saturated colours. It's a bit of me, that. That's a bit of me. Every colour, all the purples, all the pinks. Again, 40. Every single one of them different. And every single one of them different to what you're getting in the Dewdrop Dark pack. So you get both of those for £79.98. And you also 3 split pays. Did you spot that? 3 split pays for those. So, well, you say naughty, I say fabulous. You know, so you save a tenner and you can have split pays. I like that. I like that. Less than £30 to get that home. Lovely. Right, let me pop those down there. Now, next up, I have got... This is very, very limited. We've only got 6 of these left. It's been flying on pre-order. US say eggplant, we say aubergine. I prefer aubergine. I'm with you there, Steph. Yeah, zucchinis, green onions, scallions. Fortunately, we've all learned to speak American, haven't we? I've watched a lot of American cookery shows, so I sort of get it, but yeah. Cups, cups. Now, you get one of the rainbow barley pops in this, which I've just shown you. So you get that one, okay? But you also get this one, which is called Dewdrop, which is possibly my favourite barley pop ever. It's been incredibly popular on pre-order, this one. This could be its last time out because we have only got a handful left. This is really the sort of colour of hyacinths and bluebells and wisteria and lilacs. It's so pretty. Oh, that's a pretty print. Isn't that gorgeous? They're almost photographic, aren't they? Some batiks. Just lovely. Now, our Ben's not a sewer, but he wants to get this and make something with it. Well, I say Ben's not a sewer. He was on a long arm quilter yesterday, following a pantograph like a good 'un. It was stupendous effort. It was brilliant. It's great fun too, isn't it? Look at these lovely purples. 5 left now. Oh, hang on. Hang on. 4 left now. Well done if you got those. So pretty. You're making a £10 saving, so you get both barley pops. That's the Dewdrop and the Rainbow Sweets for £79.99. And grab the easy pay. I think it's great. It's really good buy, and just pay £26.66 to get this. Oh, look at those greens. Just stunning. Love that. You get all of that and you get your rainbow. Just gorgeous. We need a field trip to Bali to research Hoffman batiks, I feel. I think it would do us all good. Yeah. Yeah, it would do us all good. Right, let's talk solids. Look. Look, look, look. There's so many. But look, and we have these in stock all the time at Sewing Street, which is fabulous, isn't it? Our web images don't do them justice, but also, let's be honest, solids are rather the bridesmaid, aren't they? So often, and we need to celebrate solids more because they are just glorious and they offer so many possibilities. You can use them on their own in a whole quilt. If you've got my book, Make 100 Quilts, there's my Amish sampler quilt in there, which just uses all solids. It's one of my favourite quilts I've ever made. I've done lots with solids. I love them. But they mix really well with prints as well. You get great contrast. Great for things like soft toys and making accessories. Great also for adding little accents to bags, so covered piping cord, little flanges, little zip tabs or zip bindings, just to add a bit of zing. Right, let's dive into this rainbow. Why don't we start with the reds and pinks and oranges and all those lovely hot, warm energy colours. So let's start with ending 50. So this is orange. Does what it says on the tin. Bright and zingy. Not too in your face though. It's not day glow orange. Orange is a good one. Yeah. Orange is rarely in stock actually. It's a really good colour, full of energy, full of vibrancy. Next one, 98. It goes with such a lot of other colours as well. Perfect partner for things like blues. Orange looks great. So this is red. We've done orange and we've done red. Well done, marketing guys. You're doing a great job. Now I know this next one is not just red, it's ending 24. And what's this one called? Yeah. Is it Scarlet? Miss Scarlet. In the library with a piece of lead piping. Scarlet. That's a lovely, again, that's a kind of cranberry, hollyberry. It's zingy, lovely. All right, nice hot pink now. Maybe this one's 78, magenta. Pomegranate. Now I don't get the name because pomegranate is not that colour, but maybe pomegranate juice. Pomegranate juice can be that colour, can't it? Isn't that good for you? I like pomegranate molasses. Yeah. South African style, not South African, North African sort of salads and things like that drizzled over the top. It's delicious. It's delicious. Next one, ending 24. This is a softer pink raspberry. That's lovely. Yeah, like sort of raspberry parfait. See, all this is doing is making me think of food. So, oh, yummy. I do love a raspberry pavlova. Susan, who's in Hampshire, says, morning Stuart, great show. I like to have all the colours and all the neutrals in solids, shadows and batiks. Oh, Susan, I want to rummage in your stash. That sounds gorgeous. And I'm with you. Ending 90. Is this blush? This isn't fuchsia. Just a minute. Yeah, it is fuchsia. Well, I suppose you can get fuchsia. I believe the children are our fuchsia. There we go. Pretty though. It's lovely. That's a lovely colour. I like to see all the shades together because sometimes you do want to have shading, don't you, in appliques or, you know, something like that, or you're piecing. You need those lights, mediums and darks. So it's good to know we've got it all covered. Ending 27. Bright pink. We're back to red, orange, yellow. Bright pink. There it is. But again, a nice sort of clean, bright, fresh looking pink. So those are all our sort of clear brights. Now, these next one, actually I have one more that I'm going to add into that, ending 38. Is this baby pink? Pink, just pink. Now, this is the colour that I used for my Tilda quilt, my Galleria quilt that I used the new Tilda for, and I use this as my frames and my sashings, which really said, normally I might have used a cream or a white, but I thought let's use a soft pink, and it worked really well. I also did a quilt recently with Deputy Joan, which was K Facet, big floral prints with this soft pink. And again, it worked really well. It was just a nice change from using a white or a black or, you know, those regular neutrals. So have a think about that. These last two are a bit more sort of antique-y looking pinks. So this one is ending 59. Coral. Oh, Jan's got in touch. Morning, Jan. Late today. It's coffee morning time again. Oh, stop it. Now you're really making me hungry, Jan. I've been up since 5:30 a.m. making cheese scones. Jan, why did you have to mention the cheese scones? They might just be my favourite baked good ever. Warm out of the oven. A little bit of cheese sprinkled on top as well. It's baked. And then good best butter inside. Jan, have I got time to come to the coffee morning? I'll just leave the building now. I've got to stay. Sandra Rushton's here. It's okay. Last one of these, ending 79. This is peach. It's that really sort of soft, peachy pink. Stop it. Oh, lovely. Right, next up, I'm going to do a deep dive into these. Now, these would just make a lovely bundle all on their own, wouldn't they? Lovely. No, I did this, Ben. Now, this illustrates a way of putting your colours together, which is literally look at the colour wheel, all right, and then literally just take colours which are next to each other in a row, if you like, as you go around. And it doesn't matter where you start and where you end, just use all the colours that are next to each other and they will go. So let's start with this one down here. This ends 9/8. Peacock. Sapphire, beautiful. It is a peacock, isn't it, really? Peacock blue. We all see colours differently. And the weirdest thing about seeing colour is, if you see colours when it's dusky or dark, yeah, low level lighting, you can still see that they are red or blue or green, even though they're not. They're really not what you can see. Good old clever brain. You can sort of see the colour in, yeah, or when you watch snooker. When I was a child, we had a black and white TV and we used to watch the snooker. And I swear after 10 minutes, you could see the colours of the balls. You knew what had been hit before they said it. Ending 5/6. Watching snooker in black and white. It's like having a ventriloquist on the radio. Isn't it? The price is fab as well, isn't it? £3.79.5 metre. So if you need lots of one colour in a quilt, go solids. Great value. This is cyan. That's cyan. You're building your own bundles at home. 6/7. I think it's great to be able to have a proper look at all of the solids that we do, because otherwise it's just that all the solids are on the website. And actually the solids are probably the fabrics I use more often than anything else. I had great fun recently putting solids with all of the new Tilda range and picking them out. And we'd got so many different colours in our solids that would go beautifully with the different Tildas. But unless you actually sit down with the fabrics, it's quite hard to do from a computer screen, isn't it? Which is why it's really nice to get them out on air sometimes. This is sky. Lovely. We can do it, Ben. We can do it. 6/0. I believe I can do it. Nice. Loving that. Baltic. Sue says, we had black and white TV for years growing up, various shades of grey, but you could instantly tell which colour was which. It's true, Sue, you could. Yeah. Steph says, good lighting is a must in quilting. It's hard to differentiate colours, especially creams, ivories, whites. It is so true. Good task lighting makes a world of difference, doesn't it? And even just being able to see to thread a needle or whatever, better lighting, suddenly you can see more clearly. It is important. Next one, ending 8-3, aqua. That's a lovely energetic colour as well, isn't it? That's David Hockney Swimming Pool Blue. Gorgeous, isn't it? That's like, take me to the Caribbean right now. It's also National Windrush Day. Talking of the Caribbean, it's Windrush Day. Hugely important date in our calendar. Beautiful. Love that. Next one I've got is ending 4-1. That's a sort of a minty aqua. Minty green. What is it? Spearmint. There we go, spearmint. Yes, yes. It's somewhere between a minty and an aqua. Aqua, lovely, like that. Like that. This next one is this apple. This ends 1-4. It's sort of reminiscent. Do you remember when things like apple white and barley white were all the rage as paint colours? Mint. Oh, this is mint. Terrible web image. Apologies for that. Show. Oh, now, yeah. Look, this is the web image, and this is what it actually looks like. This is why we get them on air. Gorgeous. That's pretty. Right, I want yellows. Ending 4-7. This is a big old dose of sunshine. Corn yellow. Corn on the cob. Love corn. Oh God, I'm absolutely obsessed with corn on the cob. Obsessed with corn. And I'm also obsessed with the fact that Charlie and I eat our corn on the cob so differently. I have it on the, and basically like this. Charlie stands it up on a plate, cuts down with a knife until he has a plate of corn kernels, and then scoops them up and eats them, which for me just takes all the joy out of a corn on the cob. That's not living. That's not living. That's existing. That's corn. That's corn. I only buy corn on the cob just so I can see that. Ending 09. The colour of those graphics is true, isn't it? It's not, they don't look great. They don't look great. Sweet corn is quite hard to digest, that is true. Sue says, almond white is still my favourite paint colour. It's lovely, isn't it? I love those. Collector in Merseyside says, fab to have the solids on, as sometimes it's easier to tell on TV what colour you're getting rather than relying on a small website pic. It's absolutely true. And actually, what a few of us are really pushing for and asking for is for us to be able to do either a colour chart or even like a little sample pack of all the solids that we do that you'll be able to buy, really not to use to cut up and sew, but actually to use as a colour reference, so that when you're ordering in future, you've actually got a swatch book or something like that, or even like a charm pack that you could use. So if you think that's a good idea, get in touch. So that one there is Buttercup. Why do you build me up? Buttercup, baby, just shut it down. Shouldn't sing, really, it's terrible. And then worst of all, 2-5, you never call baby when you say you will. There we go. Stop now, Stuart, there'll be complaints. Lemon. Oh, like limoncello. Did you know it's National Limoncello Day today? I don't know who makes these days up, but they really are a thing. Ah, Margaret and her bestie are coming to Festival of Quilts. I'm really hoping to see you. Margaret, I will be hanging round all 4 days. I will be unavoidable. It'll be lovely to see you and your bestie. Right, next up, let's go. These gorgeous, let's do purples. Ending 8-6. Is that amethyst? There isn't an amethyst, is there? Chambray? Chambray. I would say, just so you know, it's more of a lilac than a blue. I think of chambray as being a soft blue. This is definitely a soft lilac. If I put it next to a colour I might consider to be chambray, I would think that was nearer to chambray, or even that, a light chambray. And this is definitely, you can see, can't you, that it's much more lilac-y. But it's still a very, very beautiful colour. Yeah, it's lovely. It's lovely. Next one, ending 3-9. Oh, thumbs up to the colour swatch. When I've been unsure buying online, seeing the fabric in person is so helpful. Absolutely agree with you there. Catherine says, morning everyone. Good morning to you, Catherine. This next one, 3-9, this is misty blue, and this is a good kind of slaty blue, somewhere between a blue-grey. The web image just looks very, very grey. This has got a lovely kind of warmth to. Oh yeah, look, terrible web image. Look at, oh no. No. Yes. Yes. We want this. That's lush. Bright colours against that would look phenomenal. Think of that as a neutral. 9-4. Proper purple, this. Proper purple. Imperial, this is called. Charlie, our director, is resplendent in purple today. Head to foot. Head to foot. He's like a Grecian ambassador or a Roman ambassador, I'm not sure. Oh, stop. 9-4. That's a lovely kind of sugared almonds, lilac-y purple, isn't it? Amethyst. Ah, I got my amethyst at last. Hurrah! I knew it was in there somewhere. That's my birthstone, the amethyst. February, yeah, yeah. Ending 8-4. Light lilac. Light lilac. Terrible web image. In real life, it's lovely and bright and fresh. It's a kind of white-based light lilac. Yeah, the web image looks a bit grubby, doesn't it? But it's not. It's got a lovely brightness to it. Lots of you like the idea of a swatch book. Thank you. I will take that to them there upstairs. Ending 5-6. It would be such a useful tool. You're just not allowed to cut it up. Don't use it like that anyway. 5-6. OP. Yep. Cyan. We've had cyan already. Maybe I put that back by mistake. Okay, sorry, ending 7-8. We've had cyan, definitely. Copen. Copen. Now, Copen is one of my favourite blue solids that we do. I used this in my other Tilda quilt using the blue range. I used this for the sashings. Gorgeous. Oh, one of my favourite albums by Joni Mitchell, Blue. Beautiful album. Beautiful album. Next one, this ends 8-6. Royal. Royal. Royal blue. Royal blue. And that is proper like red, white and blue bunting blue, isn't it? Okay. Next one, 8-2. Do you remember at the cinema when they... you might remember at home, the boys in the gallery won't because they're children, but do you remember in the cinema when they used to play the national anthem at the end and everyone would stand up? Yeah, in the cinema. Yes, yes. Oh, this is sold out. Okay, well done if you got that. Last little few, I think. Ending 2-1. Ivory. Very limited stock this. We've only got 1.5 meters. Everyone needs that. Well done if you got that on pre-order. Next one, 6-9. Latte. Wouldn't say no. No, that was a genuine request, actually. That was a genuine request. Send out if you have to. That's latte. Latte. And then ending 6-0. This is natural seeded. Well, that just is perfect, especially if you love kind of hatched and patched, Lynette Anderson. This would work really well for Sanntangling as well. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, any of these solids would work really well for Sanntangling because you're not fighting with a pattern. Right, good old crisp 1-0 plain white. White, white, white. It just makes colours pop and glow. Great as well for embroidering on or embellishing on or just using things like linings and backings. Ending 3-0. Excuse me. Powder blue. Powder blue. I always want to know, does anybody know, why is it powder blue? What's the powder? Is it eyeshadow powder? What's the powder? Why powder blue? Why not powder pink or powder green? Why powder blue? Where's this powder? Ending 6-4. This is misty blue. Duck egg, is it? There we go. Duck egg. Oh, cobalt glass. We're talking 1650 now. Cobalt glass, broken, ground to a powder, and then used as a dye stuff to create powder blue. It was powdered glass. Well, that's fabulous. Thank you, Charlie. Ending 1-4. Slate. Slate? Really? It's green, isn't it? Slate's grey. But anyway, well, I suppose a little bit. It's almost got that verdigris tinge to it. Right, 4 fabrics left. 8-4. Let's focus. Here we go. We can do this. Is this fur? Fur. Now, where I come from, fur is a different colour, but hey. Morning, Ange. Love the swatch book idea. If possible, could you put white ivory and cream next to each other, please? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Did we do ivory? We've got ivory, haven't we? That's ivory and that's white. Right, I'm doing this just for you, Ange. The ivory has sold out, but just for future reference, that's your ivory and that's your white. Hope that was helpful, Ange. 3 fabrics to go and 1 minute left. Right, this is 8-5. Khaki, 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 khaki. It's like so, it's got almost got a golden tinge to it, depending on the context. Next one, 8-1. Oh, I'm just throwing fabrics now. I've turned into John. 8-1. Oh. Stop it. Ending 8-1. Is that mocha? I love a mocha. It's a silver mink. It's a silver mink. And then the last one, 5-9. Espresso brown. It's not, is it? Brunette. Brunette. Oh. Used to dye my hair that colour. I think it was called Conker. Right, there we go. Well, what an hour to start with. All about colour. I've never met a colour I didn't like. Have you? Talking of people I like, coming up after the break, we've got Sandra Rushton with her first hour of Sanntangling. I'll see you after this.
Hello, I'm Sandra Rushton and I'm the owner of Sanntangle. Sanntangle is a system of art that allows anybody to draw wonderful pieces and creations that you can use not just for paper craft but for sewing, for wood, ceramics, anything that you feel that you could actually put something on to enhance how it looks. So I'm delighted that Sewing Street have invited me to come and show you some of my tips and techniques, and hopefully I'm going to be able to show you how you can create wonderful pieces of art and include it maybe in your quilts, your embroidery, your sewing and any of the other projects that you love to do.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hey, did you get a cup of tea in the break? A little bit of something? Did you get a cup of tea, Sandra
I'm
Rushton?
going to have one afterwards.
Gorgeous.
Something to look forward to.
Sandra Rushton, everybody.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
Really good, thank you.
Good. Great to have you back.
Thank you.
We're going to tangle.
We are going to tangle. It's pure tangling today.
And we're tangling on quilts.
All sorts of things, yeah,
We're
absolutely.
tangling on quilts and we're tangling on a bag. So we've got a quilt pattern and we've got a bag pattern and we've got the most fabulous journals, which I can't wait to get to. They come in 4 different colours. The yellow one is already limited stock. They come complete with all of these planner sheets and dotted paper for designing, parts to set up your notes for quilt making or bag making, to write down your inspirations. You're going to be able to buy extra inserts over the next few months to go in your planner, but just absolutely beautiful. This is limited. This is verging towards limited. I've got my eyes on the white, which I just think is gorgeous.
Tangle on it.
You could I could tangle all over that. But I'm very excited about those, but I have to wait to show you those because first of all, we're going to look at this fabulous quilt that's hanging behind me and the one that's hanging behind Sandra. So Sandra, what are you doing to me? Now we're tangling on quilts.
Well, do you know, tangling comes in all forms. And if we go back to the history of quilting and the different shapes that you use to actually quilt or your fabric together, then the patterns are very, very similar. So
true enough.
Transferring it from that kind of sort of process to what we do and draw on it is sort of the next step, and it all works beautifully together.
Totally agree. I love the idea of it. I mean, I often say about quilts, well, you could put something like an embroidery here or machine embroidery. And of course, now that we've all got excited about tangling with Sandra, now the possibilities for adding these sort of inked embellishments are just limitless. You can see all these different designs all drawn out in the fabric. You could add embroidery, you could add beads or embellishments. This one's had colour added to it. How did you add the colour, Sandra?
That is the Derwent Inktense pencils that yeah, because of course it's going to be washed, so you want to actually be able to do that with those.
And that's all washable.
Absolutely.
So Inktense pencils for this one. The one behind you, I mean, I love my colour, but I love that one even more.
Yeah, my bestie Leslie did this one. So we both sort of do a lot of tangling, as you know, Leslie works with me. But we thought it was really nice that you could see the two different versions. So again, all of this is drawn with our fine liner pens.
Fine liner pen, and they're washable.
Up to 40 degrees, they are perfectly washable. So as long as you're not putting anything else on it, it's going to be fine. So yeah, they're exactly the same stencils, exactly the same designs. It's just they look so different when you put colour or when you use it just in black.
It's amazing, and the possibilities with Sanntangle are endless. But what's lovely is you get that massive support. You do not need to be an artist.
Do you know
or
what?
consider
Sometimes
yourself
it's probably
an
better
artist.
if you're not.
Really? Why?
Because you're going to follow those instructions. You're going to look at them a little bit clearer, maybe, or focus a little bit more and try something. And there's no pretext, there's no prejudgment as to what you're going to produce.
That's very true.
And of course, every single one of these patterns, I actually did that one as a video every single week for 14 weeks.
Can we still access them?
Absolutely. If you go onto the Sanntangle group page, it's all there. Every single block has been drawn live.
Perfect. So what you get in your pattern is you get your pattern, of course, and this is, you know, how to make the quilt, how to put it together, the block sizes, the sashings, everything else. Lots of inspiration about tangling. But then you get your set of templates, and look what you've got here. So you've got special frames. Now this is endless, whether you want to make the quilt or not. These are must-haves, okay? You've got the dragonfly, you've got the flower insert, you've got the inner flower, you've got the star, you've got the cross, you've got outlines. This is amazing. I mean, I'm already thinking of loads of different ways that we might use these, but you're also giving us a ton of inspiration in the pattern, aren't you?
I am, of course, yeah. A lot of the instructions here are pictorial, very, very little words, because not many words are needed. But of course, if you wanted to put the flower, which is in a round frame, into the square frame, you could. So mix and match.
Yeah.
And of course, every single time you draw one of these.
Oh, I did that, didn't I?
You did. It's going to be, It's going to be completely
you
different.
See, I like the contrast of the different shapes. But of course, as you say, perhaps it's been designed, I suppose, to go in there.
Yeah,
but
it doesn't matter.
Well, what I was thinking, Sandra, and I think you'll be proud of me for this, is if I put it in there, I've also got these negative spaces that I could tangle.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I'm a learning.
You're doing that, that's fine, yeah. It's great to see that people do have different views on it. So I'm not possessive at all about how it's got to look. You do your thing with it. If you want to sort of change things up and do all flowers or just all dragonflies, that's absolutely fine. You do what you want to do.
Now, you'll like this. Okay. Tackle this one. Carol says, I love the look of Sanntangle, but I can't draw.
You don't have to. You don't have to be able to draw. Can you hold a pen? Can you pick a pen up? Even if you think, I can't draw a straight line, you can draw a wobbly one. Yep. The stencils are going to give you the structure that you need, and then it's a case of putting pen, in this case, onto fabric, and Stuart's going to have a go. I'm going to have a go. So we're going to show you how to do it. So.
I can't draw. Seriously. And you might think, oh, well, you make these lovely quilts. Now. Well, you know, that's not the same at all.
Not the same.
Really, I can't draw. I really, really can't draw. I may prove that this morning.
Maybe so. I've got a bit of faith in you there, Stuart.
I know I'm going to be able to tangle.
You can do this.
I know I'm going to be able to tangle.
Do you know what? The main thing is having fun with it.
Yeah.
And everybody is as different. We're all different people. So the characteristics that come out of what you draw are going to be different because that's how it works.
That's starting to frighten me.
Just have a bit of fun with it.
Certain characteristics I don't want to come out. Definitely not in a drawing. Amazing. Right, that is cool. $27.98. It's absolutely limitless what you could do. Think about adding these tangles to pockets on clothes or on bags. Talking of bags, we have got a bag pattern. You're going to love this. Absolutely gorgeous suitcase style bag, gorgeous design. I love the design of this. Pockets on the front. Look at this tangling on the front and the possibilities. Love that so much. Beautiful bag. You've got the pattern. got your pockets inside as well. Great little bag to take along to workshops and classes maybe. Organise yourself. And then here's the pattern. Let me show you. So you've got the pattern, okay, and obviously hugely detailed, all of your instructions, not only how to make a bag, but also how to do the tangling for these particular designs, which of course you may have other ways that you want to tangle the bag, and you can do that, but you get full instructions for how to make the bag and how to tangle it in the same way that Sandra has. Chris got in touch from Bristol. Lovely stencils again, Sandra.
Oh,
I've got the planner and the bag pattern. I can't sew, but I have a sister who can.
Oh, that's all right then. Do you know what? I always go with these as though we've never done it before, and it's really tricky to do. So I try and make sure all the pictures are there, and it's literally me making that bag. So follow along, and just before you actually stitch anything, if you're not sure, tack it.
Yeah.
Little stitches up and down, or pin it, and just check everything's okay. And just take your time. It's not a rush.
Great advice. Great advice. Full-size pattern templates. So you've got all those printed onto heavy-duty cartridge paper. So you can cut this up, or would you cut this paper pattern up, or would you trace it off? And
do you know, I'd cut it up, because what I like to do is I like to spread my fabric out, and I like a pattern piece to put on, so I can see where everything's going.
Yeah,
and I've got a little hint here, because one of the pattern pieces, actually my husband, when I said to me we want one of each, I'll explain this in a minute, he wrote 2. But I'll tell you which one it is. So it's going to be the first 10 patterns have got that on it. So if you get that one, it's quite a unique one.
It's got an extra piece.
I'll explain it when I've got mine here cut.
You're also getting, within that pattern pack, you're also getting this stencil right here, okay, which has the grid and it has various circles. You'll also notice it's got these punched holes down the side. Now, what on earth would they be
Oh,
for?
I'm super excited about this, and this is the whole point of why I wanted these planners, because it fits in your planner.
It's in
You're not going to lose it then,
planner.
and it's going to be there when you want it with the rest of your plans, so everything's together.
Fabulous, perfect. Now, I'm going to start off by showing you the bundle. We're going to look at the planners, but we've got a planner bundle. We'll start with yellow because this is very limited stock. So the bundle is for the planner plus pattern. Now that's amazing value, £27.99. Getting the whole pattern, there's 10 left, that's it. You're getting all of that pattern to make your bag, plus your stencil, but then you're also getting the journal, the sewing and quilting project planner. Now, love this, beautiful quality. You've got card inserts there and a pocket. Same in the back, you've pockets. Then you've got all of your planner pages. Now in the back you've got things like useful cross-stitching in basic embroidery, quilt, quantities, how many things can you cut out of a fat quarter, that sort of thing, sizes of quilt, some knitting and crochet info as well. And then you've got loads of planning sheets, so places to write notes, you've got dotty paper for designing, you've got all sorts of notes for swatches, quilt making. Ben has an idea. We have got Sanntangle pens coming up in the next hour. A swatch book, yes. Oh, yes. Love that. Good. I like it. So, for example, now this says Tangle patterns, but Ben's idea is if you've bought any solids, cut out a small rectangle, stick it in your Sanntangle planner.
Absolutely.
Underneath, write the notes about which colour it is and perhaps when you bought it or what project you used it for, and create a swatch booklet so you've actually got a resource. When you need colours, you can go to your planner and you can find them.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this planner, It's a starting point, which is why we've brought it in at a really good price. It's all about you making it your own.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I love
it's
that.
which pages work right for you, which ones go. So you've got a bit of everything in there. So use it how you want to and see how it grows with you.
Yeah.
And then you can decide later which sheets work better. And then of course you can go on and you can have more of those, or like say put more swatches in and things
Really
like
like that.
It's a really nice little book.
So one of the things I love about Sandra, I also really love this about Janet Clare. There are people I consider to be, you know, proper artists, and I don't consider myself to be an artist at all. But I look and I think they do the good practice, which they always have: sketchbooks, notebooks, journals, files of different ideas. They do that good practice, and it's a practice we should all get into. There are 4 of this bundle left. And that's it. I'm going to leave that one with you. Remember, you're getting the journal and you're getting Sandra's fabulous organiser folder and storage bag pattern and stencil as well included. Right, next up, also in danger, is the pink. This is gorgeous. This is a real stylish, soft, classy pink.
It's nice, isn't it?
It's really lovely.
Yeah.
Really lovely. So what you'll get when it gets sent out to you, you've got your planner. You're going to put the pages inside.
We are going to put the pages
us.
inside for you, yes. So everything will be
Awesome.
there ready to go. The little bits of card either side of the rings are just there to protect it, but we'll leave those in and you just remove
pull those
them
out.
when you're ready. So
yeah,
that's fine,
like as well, you've got a little elastic here in the side to keep your pen in as well. So you've always got a pen handy for jotting down notes. It's a really good sort of discipline to get into, isn't it?
I think it is, and I have given you an example of how to fill it in on the front pages. I've given you how I've done my quilt, and then I've done some notes afterwards, just to say this is how I was going to change things around a little bit. Just then I can recall when I do it again, because I will, what I'm going to do differently maybe, or what I'm going to change.
I like that. Jan's asked a question, who's in South Yorkshire. She says, "Hi Sandra, what are you doing to us? Would the bag pattern be easy to extend to make it taller?"
Oh gosh, yes. What you've got to remember is if you're going to amend the size of the front, you've got to amend the size of the side and the back and the bottom piece as well.
Yep.
Because of course, what I would do maybe is do it in a piece of a bit of canvas, or like like a toile, and you're doing your dressmaking, and just make sure that your pattern fits. You've only got to do one side, haven't you?
Yeah, you have.
But yeah, if you're going to make one bigger, you've got to make the other bigger.
Yeah,
so,
I would treat it like an extension line on a dress pattern. So you don't extend the bottom, you cut through the middle of the shape, add an extra inch, say, to the front and back, do the same with the side pieces, cut through, add the same amount, and it'll all go together, won't it?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Yellow bundle sold out. Like, pink bundle, we've got 10 left. Now remember, when we started looking at the yellow, we'd got 10 left, and now we've got none. So this is going to go the same way. There are 25 of these in baskets. So you've got your pink, beautiful pink journal. You've got all your pages inside as well. It's absolutely stunning. I love it. I love it. It's just really clean and stylish and smart. It would be great. I mean, you could use this in so many different ways, actually. You could use this as your diary as well, and put creative notes about how you're feeling each day when maybe you're practicing your tangling, maybe you're practicing your free motion quilting. Don't just keep notes about what you did. Write about how you feel about. We used to do it with the kids at school, you know, the smiley face.
Yeah.
How did I feel about this lesson, you know? And sometimes it feels a bit forced. Don't do it if it feels forced. But sometimes it's really good to say, actually, I felt a real sense of achievement today.
You know, we don't do that. We don't do that for ourselves. We're very critical, but when something goes well, we don't say, do you know what, I really enjoyed this and I'm really impressed at what I did.
And on those days when you are a bit down on yourself, it's great to look back and think, listen, last week I cracked this, I can get there again.
Exactly, yeah.
The pink is very limited. How many do we have left? 8 left now. 27 in baskets. Remember, for £27.99 you're getting your journal, you're getting your pages, you're also getting the full pattern for this beautiful bag and stencils to do all of the tangling. So, and of course you can also use these same designs in your quilts, in your cushions, on paper. Right, so next up we're going to look at the black bundle. Okay, super smart. Everybody loves black. Everybody loves black. So you're getting your black outer with the pages. You're also getting your bag pattern and stencils, all of your pages, everything you need. Black, how are we doing stock-wise? It's limited. It's limited. Pink's about to sell out. If you've got pink in your basket, if you're quick, check out now, you'll get it. It's about to sell out though. The black one, we've got 25 left, which is, 24 now. 23 now. Okay, pink's just sold out. Okay, right, so black's going to sell out next, isn't it? If you've got black in your basket, put that through straight away. Remember, you can sit back and relax then, enjoy the show. You get your journal, you get all your pages, plus your pattern for your bag and tangling stencil. Love it. And then this is my absolute favourite, which is the white, which I don't know, and normally I wouldn't go for something that, but it's just so smart.
It is, it's just precise and clean, isn't it? And it'll go with any fabric you use for the bag.
Yeah.
It's going to match,
yeah,
isn't it?
It really
So
will. It's
I
just
think the
fresh
white's
and
really-
lovely.
yeah.
Oh, I've just been told, misinformation, we have 4 of the pink left. There is 4 pink left. So if you're quick, you can get the pink still. It's about to sell out, but we do have 4 at the moment. Lisa's got in touch to say good morning, Stuart and Sandra.
Morning.
Morning, lovely. And Rebecca as well says good morning. Right, so the white, lovely, clean, fresh. What size are these classed as? Do they? Is there not? There's not A4, A5, is
No,
it?
it's not. It's in the middle.
Yeah.
If I can explain that. So yeah, it's a very specific size, and that's how I've sort of wanted it. But you will find the actual clips are a standard.
They're standard
so yeah,
inside.
absolutely. Other things, if you punch them using those holes, will fit in.
Yeah, because some people just like to put lots and lots of notes or squared paper or something, so we can pop those in.
Yeah.
You know, what a great place to have, as you know, when you're feeling a bit creative or you've got 20 minutes and you want to do something creative but you can't get the sewing machine out. Squared paper, do a little design for a quilt, play around with half square triangles, keep it in your journal, in your folder, and then another day when you're feeling less inspired but you've got more time to sew, go to those previous notes and away you go. I'd like to see some tangling. I'd like to do some tangling. I'm going to come over, Sandra.
Let's do
what
it.
can we do? Can we do some quilt blocks?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought,
Fab.
yeah, I've got, that's the actual quilt block, but we can use the one out the bag if you want, because you can use the same design. You can do it round and I'll do it rectangle. How's that?
I think
You're like, I have no idea what she's on about.
No idea what you just said.
But we're just going to go with it.
Okay.
Yeah? All right. So I've got a bit
Do
of
I need
fabric
a stencil?
Because I've already started for you, so
Perfect.
you're good
All
to
right.
go.
Good.
So what I've got a little bit of fabric here. Now the idea is that it's always nice to have a bit of something on the back, just to give it a little bit of structure whilst you're actually drawing on it. So I've used a little bit of medium interface in here, or anything. If you want to remove it after, maybe, I don't know, some the freezer paper you can iron on, and then you can take it off after. It's just a bit easier than actually doing that. So coming to my planner, I'm just going to take out my stencil. You see here I've got these lovely little dots on, but I've already done yours if you wanted to use that.
Yeah, awesome, will do.
Here we go. So what I'm going to do is, the first thing is mark off. So all these dots, I'm just going to sort of put a through in. I've got one I want to show you how to do it.
And do you do these in a permanent pen or a removable?
Now I would do the dots permanent pen.
Yeah.
Honestly, I just think it's a little bit easier, because if you try and do this and then go back over it, you're never going to quite get the same thing.
Got you. So we want the dots.
We do want the dots, yeah. They're going to be part of the design. And of course, this is just one design that you can do with these. So I've got some like a rectangle, and you've got a circular one.
I do.
We're going to do exactly the same thing. So you're going to take, doesn't matter where you start really, and I'm going to go, now something we've got to think about here is if I go straight, that's going to give me a slightly different pattern than if I go round.
Okay.
But if I want to go round, what I'm going to do is go around the dot, and it's going to help me create a nicer curve. So you can do exactly the same.
Oh, I see. So, like from top to bottom?
Top to bottom, absolutely.
So, okay.
So
I'm going to go around the dot at the bottom, like that.
That's it.
Did I do that right?
You've done that right.
I can draw.
There
Carol,
you go.
I can draw.
And then on the next one, you see when I went that way? On the next one, I'm going to go the opposite way. So it's sort of like a mirror image. But you could always turn it round, couldn't you, and do it that way again. So if you could do the same on the next one there. There we go.
Yep.
And then what I would do is I would do again the first one, and then opposite again. So you see, you're getting this little pattern for me.
Yep.
So I'll do a couple more.
Are we going to keep going all the way around?
Yes, you're going to keep going all the way around. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to transfer over to my bag because, of course, I've got a lot more on here. So I've got my little row to sort of start with. So I'm going to let you do that. What I've done here, I've started in the middle. You see, I've used a friction pen to mark it, and then I've worked my way outwards. So I'm getting an even sort of spread across, but then again, it doesn't matter where I'm going to start. I'm just going to move that from underneath now, because it's got a bit of wadding under there, and I want a nice solid surface to do this on. How are you doing, Stuart? Are you getting there?
I am. Have you noticed how quiet I've gone? Sandra's found the secret.
There we go.
This is why my mum taught me to knit when I was a little boy, to keep me quiet.
So what I would do with that is I'd do it all the way along. And once I've done that, I'm going to turn it. And you see where I've got a row of dots. So this time, where I've got this sort of shape, I'm going to come up and around and outwards. So where you've got these two here, you're going to go around
outwards.
and outwards. And then the next one will go inwards.
Oh, I'm going to have to think about that.
Outwards. And then inwards. That's okay. Let's have a look.
So that's outwards.
So the
and
next
then this
one, you're going to go in.
Goes inwards.
And then you're going to go out.
Out.
And that's how you would do that all the way along. Again, I'm just doing a little section of it there. And then the other side, I'm going to do the same, like a mirror image. So this one goes outwards. So here, I'm going to go outwards, and then inwards, and then out.
And is this all in the instructions?
This is all in the instructions.
See, Carol, you don't have to be able to draw, because I don't want to speak too soon, but I am actually quite proud of how this is looking already.
So you're getting this sort of, it's already looking a little bit weaving in and out.
It really is. I love the fact that that look is kind of sewy, fabric-y. It fits with what I do anyway.
It's got that nice weave about it. It could be ribbon, it could be anything.
I'll be honest, I can't believe I'm doing this.
Hey! Oh, I'll line that up for you. So as I said, I would do the whole thing like this first. I wouldn't just do a section of it. So you're doing great.
Look, miss, what do you look?
Look what you've done.
Look, that looks like something.
Absolutely.
Carol, I couldn't be more proud.
Look at that. To finish it, you see we've got outwards there. That one would come outwards there.
That would be outwards as well.
Absolutely.
Oh, and look at yours. See? That's proper weaving. Look.
It's getting there, isn't it? So if I'm looking at my pattern now, and again, just a quick mention of my pattern, you see we've got our pattern pieces here, the zip facing. My husband, I say, got a bit carried away, John did. He says I could say that.
Okay.
So here on the zip facing, where it says cut 2 of fabric 1 and 2 of fabric 2, you only need to cut 1 of each, because then you cut it into 2.
Got you.
So if you've got that on your pattern that's just there, you only need 1 of each, because otherwise you'll go, oh, can't fit it on my half a metre.
Understood.
But you can. Okay. So looking at my instructions then, once I've actually got this pattern, I'm like, right, what's going on now? Here we go, look, step number 18. So then it gives me some little designs and ideas that I can actually use to decorate inside each of these shapes now. Now, having said that, you don't have to use this one. I've put paper in there, if you have a look, that shows you can try different things. So here's my like little hexagons. I've tried it on the angle, and I've tried a little bit of extra bits going on in there. So it's all about planning and preparation. But let's do something in the middle here.
Yeah,
so here we go. It says, right, I've got 2 little lines either side of this one. So I'm going to follow the line that I did earlier, almost like what we'd call an echo. In paper we call it an aura. echo a fabric thing, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So you go, 2 lines there.
Yeah.
And then I'd do 2 lines this side, like that.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I would do all of them like that. So it
Like
becomes not a production line, it's more that you get into the process and you find you relax a little bit, you free up a little bit, and you don't feel so stressed trying to draw
Should I do that now?
Yeah, do it. You see here, look as well, now I've got little curves starting in this left-hand corner. So if I put those in, see, I've got 3, so now I'm going to be counting 3s all the way up. And again, look, it's showing you all the way up, 3s. And then as you're counting and drawing these little curves, again, you forget. I actually forgot my Prosecco was on the side once doing this.
Oh, no, you didn't.
I did, I'm like, no!
Did you call the doctor?
What's going on?
Be like, John, I need an ambulance.
You just really start to focus on what you're doing and nothing else seems to matter.
It's lovely. Now, I'll be honest with you, I'm a bit khaki-handed and my lines aren't as precise and as neat as Sandra's, but even so, I'm looking at this thinking, I'm proud of what I'm doing.
And you know what? It's never going to be the same as mine, not because I'm any better or anything else, it's just because you're a different person to me.
Yeah.
So again, you're doing it right-handed point of view, I'm doing it left-handed point of view.
Yeah.
And everything sort of has a little difference to it. So it could be the thickness of the lines, it could be the curves. There we go. Okay.
Oh, I love it.
So
I can really imagine doing this on a quilt.
Yeah, two little patterns. See, then I've got your picture showing you how it looks with all of them done. And then we're going to start on this next one. So I'll do this is a little bit of a quicker one here. So here we go. I'm going to start with a little triangle if I can, and then I'm going to fill that bit in. There we go. Fill this one. Look at you.
Done that bit. What do you think?
Absolutely. So I've added, say,
oh,
these
you
3
filled them all in now.
3 curves. There you go.
So
look.
how have you done that?
Little curls. So
right.
3 curves, and they work their way upwards.
2, 3. Okay.
Okay, and
Should
then
I
I've
put that in
filled the
mine?
bottom one in. And then this one so it's nice to have that picture reference, isn't it? So you can see exactly what's been done, and I've done a nice large photograph so you can see how it sort of works. And there we go. So into those little shapes there. So I've now got this one, and again, when it's all done, I've given you a picture showing you how to do it. So the only difference between the front and the back, the front is completely filled. Do you think you could just be so kind to pass me that?
Yeah, I'm tangling, Sandra.
I'm
tangling.
I know. Yeah. So this is the
Are you
one.
like that at home when John says, "What's for tea?" and you go, "I'm tangling."
I'm busy. Yeah. So you can see here, this is where it's all been completely done. I've added a little bit of colour in, but that's the whole thing. But on the other side, I've used just a row of it. Just a little strip
I really like
there.
that.
And then here I've got these sort of really crazy kind of things going on. You don't have to do that if you don't want to, but I'm just going to show you how to do one of these, and then we can move on to the next bit. So here we go. It starts with these, you know, the ones that come up, and I'm going to come down with a line. Okay. This is where we all get a little bit, oh my goodness, there's no structure anymore.
Yeah. Where's the stencil?
Here we go. Look, I'm going to do another line next to it, and then on the bottom there, a little curve, like a little oval shape. Then on either side, I'm going to fill it in. So it looks like it's going inside, doesn't it? Underneath. Let's do a little line around that. There we go. So far, so good. Nothing crazy there.
No.
And then across the top, I'm not going to do a full oval. This time, it's almost like putting a little hat on it. There we go. There's the first one. And then another. And this one's a bit smaller. Then it gets a little bit smaller each time. You see? And then I'm going to do another coming from there, and you see this time it goes underneath that one. And again, along in there. Look at that.
I'm all right with that.
That's lovely.
What do you think?
Yeah. Do you want to try one of these?
I don't know if I dare.
Well, you could use a friction pen.
Do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to have that hanging down in the middle.
Do it.
I'm also thinking what would look really nice is a feather in the centre, and I remember your feather stencil.
Yes.
So if you've got that, grab those out and start mixing that.
But if you're not sure, you can always use a friction pen. I have one here. It's never a pressure. So
I'm going to do it.
Do it then.
So what do I need to do?
I've done a little bit of a wavy line.
Yeah.
2 of them like that.
To about here?
To about there. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, do another one next to it.
Well, this is the bit that I struggle with.
Right, okay, so if you go too wide, it's going to look a bit daft.
Yeah.
If you go too narrow, you're thinking, oh, maybe it's a bit too thin. So sort of come out a bit. See where you've got these lines?
Yeah.
Think of 2 of those lines.
Yeah.
It's that thickness and put it into there.
It's just keeping everything sort of parallel.
So if there's no structure, look for structure. Think, well, okay, I've done that. Look, how thick do I do it? And if I'm not sure, the friction pen's always there that you can go in with because you can iron it away.
It'll make your eye twitch.
Okay.
It's a bit wobbly, isn't it? But it's
no,
okay.
It's not.
So then I draw a little oval.
On the bottom, a little oval shape on the bottom there.
Yep.
He's got this. And then you see where you've got your little lines there?
Yep.
I'm going to join them to the oval and fill both sides. Like that.
Done it.
Okay. And then I'm going to... Oh, look at yours. Good. And then I'm going to draw all the way around that oval shape.
Oh, right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Oh, dear. See, this is the bit I'm not very good at.
Okay.
But then I can practice
Of
little
course.
bits, can't I?
And then I'm going to create almost like a little hat on the top there. Does look like a little hat, and we're just drawing them upside down. There you go. Now this time I'm going to do another one, but it's going to be smaller, so it's not going to be as wide. Smaller. Okay, and then each one is going to get smaller and smaller until you've got no left, and it's just a little line. Look at you!
Yay!
So from one, drawing some little lines and some little ovals.
I've done it!
You've done it!
I've done a thing! I've done a thing, Sandra!
Oh, well done you!
You're an amazing team. You can do this. You can do it's amazing.
Absolutely.
I love
absolutely.
it. I love it. Steph says, I just popped out, I came back, and Stuart is tangling. I am, I'm tangling. Should we do journals on their own? Let's start off with yellow because the bundle's sold out. But if you want this, look at the price. That's brilliant. $15.99. I love that. $15.99 for your journal. Now you get your outer, but you get all your pages as well, don't you?
Yes.
There are 15 of these left individually and 20 plus in baskets. So it's already sold out as a bundle. It's going to sell out on its own as well. Absolutely gorgeous. And Sandra, you were telling me you're going to produce more of these pages that go inside, sort of packs of them that we can add in.
I know from doing one last year with the paper craft, I know that certain people like certain pages because it's going to become your own planner, your own sort of working sort of thing that you have at the side of you.
Exactly.
So certain pages you're going to find more useful than others.
Yes.
So you've got a selection of all different kinds in there.
Yeah.
And of course, if you think, do you know what I could really do with, then let me know. And if we can produce it, we will, because we make them all in house.
Awesome.
So try every single page out. Try and see how it works for you, and then think, do you know what? These are better for me. This are not so much, but and
like
then,
that.
absolutely.
So
it's
that
work
answers
well.
Belle's question very nicely. I hadn't noticed it before. Hi, Stuart. Our extra inserts available for the planner.
Yay!
Yay! Perfect. So that's the yellow. You've got your little pockets in the front. You've got the big pocket in the back. You've got space for a pen here, but also space for a pen here as well, elastics. And then you've got your ring binder insert inside. You can add other pages. They're a standard width as well, these. And then you've got all of these different pages that you get included, and there'll be lots more coming out very, very soon. Pink next. Gorgeous, soft baby pink, very classy. Beautiful, this one. Really like that. Again, sold out in the bundle, but we have it available on its own. So you get your planner plus all your page inserts as well included for $15.99. Love that. Love the little embossing here, or debossing of Sanntangle. The black next. Smart, chic, classic, isn't it, really? Sophisticated. Could be talking about our director, Charlie.
Absolutely.
He's resplendent in purple today. It's working the purple.
It's lovely, isn't it, that?
Yeah, love the black. Love the black. It's just really smart and stylish. One for me, one for you. $15.99. Remember, you do get all your page inserts as well. And then finally, my favourite, which is the white, which is a lovely kind of soft white, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. It's almost snowy kind of thing. Yeah, it's a
love
lovely
that.
one.
Really smart sort of top stitching on that as well. Again, all your pockets, plus all of your inserts that come with it. Love that. Can we talk more about quilts?
Yes.
Let me come back
Let's
over.
do it. Absolutely.
Fab.
It's beautiful.
So this is 12 blocks. So
yes,
included with the pattern,
yes,
we get some templates, some stencils.
You will get 4. You get the cross at the top there. You get the star. You get the dragonfly, and you get the flower.
Amazing.
But again, every single one of these you can do differently.
You can mix
so
and
if you
match.
wanted to, you could use all those 4 to create other blocks. So you could put this into the circle. You could put the star on its own. But every single one of these that I did actually in the coloured version has been done on a video, so you can actually go back and watch it, so you're not on your own. And even down to how I put the blocks together, how we put the back on. So if you go to the Sanntangle group page, it says you have to click to join, but you can get in there, it's not a problem, and you can access all of those videos, plus videos for the new one that I did.
Yeah, fabulous.
Well, so
great, so worth having a look at. So let's have a look at the stencils that you get and how we use them. So
I thought what we'd done, you've made a start, you did the pattern from the bag on your sort of round, and I thought what I'll do, I'm going to do the dragonfly in the middle, and then I'm going to leave you to it. If you want to do the dragonfly, you can have a go.
Great.
So you think, oh, it's a circle, but I've got this one, and I've got a little bit of detail as well. Trying to draw around this would be a bit of a nightmare.
So do I start off with a frame?
You do start off with a frame.
Can I grab one of these? Can I do a square frame?
No, you've got 2. You've got slots.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got dots.
I want slots.
Ooh.
I'm going to do slots. So I mark through all of these first.
Yeah, mark through them first. Yeah. You can do all the way around, or you can just do the line if you want, whatever you want to do. So here we go. Here's my dragonfly. So giving you the outline, and again, this would be great if you wanted to applique it. So it's got a nice sort of shape to it, if that's what you want to do. But for today, we're drawing. And I say with this one, it'd be quite tricky to draw around. It's a good quality mylar, but it's going to move. So what I'm going to do is slip him inside that one, and then you could tape it down if you want to, or you could draw it.
We have a quick question.
Oh, okay.
Hi there, I've just bought the set. Sandra, can we tangle on the planner with your Tangle pens? Thanks, Chris in Cardiff.
Really good question, and the answer is I wouldn't, because it would come off.
Yeah.
What you would need is a Sharpie or something similar, a permanent marker. My markers are permanent on fabric and paper, but not on that material. So get yourself a really nice, decent pack of Sharpies, that kind of thing.
Yep, the fine point
nice
ones.
fine point ones. I've actually just brought my mum a set, so she can do hers.
I'm obsessed.
And yeah, so that would look fabulous. Front to back, inside if you want to, everything.
I've got a frame.
There we go.
Did I do okay with that?
You've done absolutely fine. Do you want me to show you the pattern with that, or do you want to do the dragonfly?
Well, I'm going to put the dragonfly inside as well.
I'm going to leave you to it then, and I'm going to show you a different pattern. Remember these dots that you did those curves with?
How did you get the outline like that? Do you draw around it first and then round the inside?
Draw around it first, yeah. I actually drew around the whole thing first.
done that wrong.
That's
I didn't hold it in place.
That's okay. So with this one, instead of drawing those shapes that we did on the bag, I'm going to create a letter S between each one. Working my way around with S shapes. You see, going around the bubble and creating that little line there. Now I do that all the way around. You see, got the first bit going. And then to join them, I'm going to repeat that letter S across the bottom, along, keeping it going. And last 2 there. And then again across the top, working my way along. And you could actually do this on the bag, so you could do that, use the grid and create this on the bag. Look at how you've got this going on here.
That's really cute.
So
I like that.
I'll bring a bit of colour in. So on this occasion, I've got my own pencils here because, of course, I'm not going to be washing this or anything. And if I add a little bit of colour in one edge, here we go. So you could do this. You could actually stitch it if you want. You could do a little straight stitch or a bit of satin stitch here. How are we getting on, Stuart?
I didn't do the best job tracing the dragonfly.
Oh no! Do you know what?
I need
the best
to practice.
thing, the best thing you can do with that is where you've got this row here. Is I would fill it with bubbles.
Yeah.
Because then it doesn't matter about that extra line.
I'm going to do that
so
now.
that's not a problem at all. There's always a way of changing things and doing something differently.
Yeah.
So never worry. What we did do with the quilt actually be really useful is we did draw everything before putting it together, because then if there is anything that you're not happy with or you weren't sure of, then you've not sort of got to undo your quilt.
You've not committed, yeah. So make all the blocks individually.
All first, yeah. And of course, some of them you've got to think about the right way round, and you don't want to sew them on upside down. So just be aware of that as well. Just always plan it and check. Look how three-dimensional that's starting to look now as it goes around. It's like a ribbon.
Oh gosh, that's gorgeous with the colour added.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So your slots that you've got on there are
Yes.
going to look different because you're going to do a different pattern. So what you're going to do at the top of each one, you're going to add a curve like this.
Yeah.
And then
So-
the same on the bottom.
So over the
outward towards me,
top like
curve
that.
towards- that's it.
And then the same,
Same
on the bottom like that.
And you're going to go all the way around
Yep.
doing that.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter. See, even in the corners, you've got those sort of small lines. Doesn't matter. You're going to do that same thing all the way around. And I'm going to come in with some bubbles, just like Stuart has.
Well, perhaps not just like mine.
Well, bubbles are, I think, a part of what we do all the time. So.
We're back to that glass of Prosecco, aren't we?
Absolutely. So, you could fill it in, and if all else goes, you can always applique over it. It's not a problem. Never worry about it. It's just always something that you can try, isn't it? Now, a nice thing to look at this point in time is the instructions here, because as we've said, they're very pictorial. So this is the design Stuart's doing at the moment with his little sort of slots there. You've done this little shape here. You see all the way around, it shows you how to do it
I've
step
joined them
by
all
step.
up. Is that wrong?
Yeah, no, that's fine, because that's step 1.
Okay.
So then step 2.
Oh, I see.
You've got some little lines.
Ah, all right, okay.
There we go, see?
Nice.
But you could keep it at that then, and then you've
Yeah.
got ribbon going around. A little bit of colour on both sides of that would look fabulous. But I've also here, I've given you some little pointers as you can do different things and different patterns with it if you want to. There's that one we did earlier on the bag, but you see it's straight rather than curved. And all of these patterns are actually in the middle for a reason. It's because the dragonfly sits in the middle of that. Oh, I do apologise, I've just drawn
Right.
over Stuart.
Oh, I shall get you.
I'm
I'll have
sorry.
it tattooed. I'll have it tattooed over, so I've got a permanent Sanntangle.
So you can see here
Has
on
anyone
the
ever
picture.
done that, Sandra?
Yes.
Do people take them and get them tattooed?
They do, yes. They do. Yeah. I always say, please just make sure you're happy with it first.
Absolutely. That really is machine washable, though, isn't it?
Yes. Okay, there we go. I've done a little zigzag on the wing there. And I'm going to come in and fill in some lines on those little triangle shapes there. And then on the other side, I can do some this way, creating this sort of little shape. Oh, that was a big sigh, Stuart. It's all
Do you know,
chilling
it was
out.
just a deep breath, wasn't it? It was. It was a deep breath. And there is something very, very relaxing about doing this, especially when you hold a lot of tension
Yeah.
about doing art or drawing, which I think I do.
Yes. It's very scary, and certainly because you know that what you're putting on your fabric is permanent. Look at you. You want to do a bit of colour?
I'm going to do a bit of colour.
Yeah, you can choose your colours. You don't have to use the
No,
same
red's
as mine.
good.
Red's good.
I'm good with red.
There you go then.
Thank you.
So I
So what would
started
I
with,
do?
I started with. Would you like me to do one and then
Would
you
you?
can see?
Yes, please.
So what I would do is start in where the line is there.
Yeah.
And add a little bit, and then add a little bit on the other side. And honestly, that's probably all you need to do.
So just
with
use
it.
the dark.
Yeah, let's have a look at the red as well. We can bring a touch of that red in. And because we're on this lovely colour, we can bring a bit of white in the middle.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
I need a set of these Inktense pencils as well.
Yeah, there you go.
They are lovely, aren't they?
Yeah. So, okay, I've got my little shape going on there. And it's like, what's happening at the bottom here? It's squares. So let's again put some little crosses in. So these are patterns that we can all do. We've doodled them at some point in our lives. We've drawn zigzags, we've drawn little crosses.
Yeah.
And then here I can come in the middle and I can draw another cross, another square in the middle of those crosses. Just fill that in. There you go. And it's sort of giving it a little bit of depth in there. So if you wanted to, because you've got the structure of what's going on there, you could leave it at that. You could change the patterns. You could think, well, do you know what, actually I quite like this one, or I like this one here out of this one. So you don't have to do exactly the same as me. You could take bits and put them in there. Then this is where we start getting a little bit organic if you want to, because everything's structured at the moment. So what I want to do is I'm going to bring myself from here a bit of a curve in. Okay, and again, if you're not sure with this, you could always do it with a friction pen to start with and practice. So there's my curve. And then from there, what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow this line. I want this line, this point to join this, and I'm going to follow that line. Like that.
Okay.
So then if I do another one this way, curve it round, and then again, I don't want to go straight, I'm going to follow that line back to that point at the bottom. And then same again, round and along it goes. Let's put some up here too. And when you're sort of comfortable with it, it starts to flow. So start. I've always got that little sort of, it's nice to have that little stop at the top there, coming back round, working my way.
It's very much the sort of thing you would do on paper first, isn't it, I think? Before you started on your fabric, you'd practice your drawing perhaps a little bit.
Absolutely, yes, and that's where our planner comes in, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is.
So looking at it, you can see here that I did a little, look, I've done my little swatches.
Yeah.
But yeah, you'll see that later. Come to that. So here I've actually got some hexagon. I don't want to work on the hexagon. I want to perhaps look at my plain ones. I'm going to say plain, plan my own page. And a nice thing about this as well, don't try and work in it. Take the page out.
Right.
Okay, always works nice. And it's really nice, super smooth paper.
It is lovely
so
quality.
If you wanted to, you think, well, actually, I quite like the idea of a circle, so let's put that in. And we can draw that in there. And around. It's the same process, paper, fabric. It's just a slightly different feel. You think on paper your pen perhaps moves slightly smoother, whereas fabric you've got that slight
grip.
Sort of grip on it. So you've got to be aware of that, and don't push your pen. Just relax with it. If you find that you're holding your pen too tight, always let it go a little bit. And there we go. Putting those. I'm going to go all the way around, see, on the outside, and this is where you could think, well, do I want to do that? Do I want to do exactly, or shall I try something different, see how it looks? There we go. And maybe here just have some little bobbles coming out, look. You could start to create your own little design, and then maybe I could put bubbles on the inside.
Sometimes all you need is the framework, isn't it? You know, I mean, I can't tell you how supported using just this simple frame is. Like that border, I mean, I know I need to work on my dragonfly. You know, you can't win them all, can you? But just that frame alone has taught me such a lot. And I really like how this has turned out.
Look at that. It looks like ribbon.
It does look like ribbon.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking, actually, I would use that frame. I would maybe applique, you know, a heart or something like that in fabric in the centre. Add some hand or machine quilting around it, and then maybe something else around here, and just build it out.
There's space, isn't there?
It's just having that framework to get you started.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I suppose
thing.
the thing that I see, I don't know, maybe the difference between an artist and a non-artist. We're all artists, really,
of course
aren't we?
we are.
But is that, you know, I dare say I could just give you a blank piece of paper and you'd just do something fab on it. Whereas for me, I need a frame on it first, and then I'm away. That's the only difference. It's a bit like in school when we did, like, you can give some kids a blank sheet of paper and they'll just write a story. Other children need the opening line or a character or a picture or something like that to start them off. And then they can do the same.
That's it.
You can do this. You just need the framework that Sanntangle stencils provide.
And you know, once you've done it, you'll be thinking, oh, I could do
I
this.
did that.
I could do that. I could extend this and make it bigger if I don't have to have a square if I don't want to.
I feel
so
10
many
feet tall
things.
for
Look
doing
at
that.
you.
I do.
Absolutely.
It's fab. I love it. We need to go to a break, Sandra.
We do
you
tea
need
time.
a cup of tea or a glass of Prosecco. We have 5 of the black bundle left and 5 of the white. That's it. Yeah,
Funny, isn't it?
Been really, really
colours.
popular.
I mean, even they're not colours, but they are colours.
Yeah,
they're all beautiful. So
fab. I've never met a colour I didn't like, Sandra,
absolutely.
and today is no exception. We're going to go for a break. When we come back, it's Tools and Fabrics.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders. I mean, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice. The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations. Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hi everyone, I'm Sally-Ann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol but I used to live in the USA and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made and it was I say I ever made on my own. Obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston and I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
I can draw, I can tangle. I can sing, I can dance, I can tangle, and so can you. What a fabulous hour with Sandra. Love her 2 bits. I am loving, you are loving these, which is a new set of stencils which Sandra will be introducing in her next hour at 11 o'clock. But so many tens and tens of you have found these stencils already. You get the poinsettia and the holly in one set. Look at these. Aren't they gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful, beautiful illustrations. Really painterly. Super achievable. I know they're achievable because you get the stencils to create the holly and the poinsettia, and I've just been tangling and I know how achievable it is. You know how achievable it is now. I can't draw a straight line, and I think I've proved that, but I've also proven that anyone can tangle. These are coming up in the next hour, so I just wanted to quickly show you these because lots of you have already found them and lots more of you will find them in this hour, and if you want them, I want you to get them. So check them out on the website. Look at what's coming up on today's shows. Right, there they are. I'm going to pop them away just for now. Oh, that was a big stretch. Excuse me, Mr. Oh, there we go. Right, let's make a start. Now, we're going to start this hour. We've got fabric and we've got tools. I'm going to jump straight in with the poppy cotton. This is lovely. This is brand new, just gorgeous. This is a bundle. You're getting 4 meters. It's called Sunshine, and it's just lovely. You've got gorgeous sunflowers there and daisies. These colours are stunning, aren't they? I'm just going to move the tilde. Just so, there we go, that's better. Right, check this one out. I absolutely love that sort of mock patchwork. It is gorgeous. Little farmyard animals, little floral sprigs. You've got that in the blue there. This beautiful floral up next. Then we've got those hexagons on a white background. I'm already thinking about making a sewing bag. Beautiful. Be a lovely fresh quilt. That's pretty, almost on like a sort of a chambray denim background. Another lovely floral there, this time on a white background. And then you've got those ditzy daisies to finish off. That is a really pretty range, isn't it? How about saving an extra £5 on that? Let's do it. £42.92. You're getting 4 meters of fabric here, which is what, about £10.50, £10.75 a metre? That's brilliant. That's brilliant value. It's gorgeous fabric, and it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. I really love these fabrics with the hexagons very much indeed, and they provide a real point of difference for me in this range. So you've got those two, but then you've also got these lovely familiar all over florals, very, very pretty, both of those. You've also got your larger flowers. It's a sunflower in the yellow, it's a daisy on the blue. Those are very, very pretty. And then you've got the daisies, and you've got the yellow, and you've got the navy. And then just to show you, I'm actually going to swap those over like that. You've actually got sort of almost 2 colourways there. And they would really mix and match together really nicely, as I did right at the start. But you could also split them apart, or you could just take and mix and match them a little bit. Just thinking about if you were going to make this up into a couple of different bags, say, a couple of different projects. You could just mix and match them a little bit like that. Throw in some white, and maybe throw in a little bit of this soft red, or a little bit of this soft leaf green as well, just perhaps in a solid, or a tone on tone, or a pretty pastel. A pretty pastel, you say? Well, let me show you. I've got a gorgeous little bundle that our Ben has put together to go with this range. Now, I think this is absolutely stonking on its own. It's a lovely range. You've got ivory there. This is 21.53. Gosh, there's a lot of fabric here. You've got 3.5 meters. Really have done that, but anyway, this is a gorgeous bundle of solids. So you're getting 7 different solid fabrics here. There's that lovely fresh green. How pretty is that? Really gorgeous. Love that. That would work in its own right. It would also work really, really well with the poppy cottons as well. Absolutely lush. So you're getting apple buttercup, you get candy blue, you get chambray, ivory, pink and rose. Smashing, aren't they? Yeah, like that. Yeah, looks really nice. And you've got a nice amount of contrast as well between the colours, and yeah, lovely. You could mix and match that with your poppy cotton. You could use that on its own. Great price too, £21.53. Yeah. Yeah, you could use that completely on its own if you wanted to. It's just a really pretty palette of summery pastels. like that. Now, the poppy cottons we can do on their own as individuals. So let's grab those. I'm going to start with the hexagons because I think these could be the most popular. Let's start with the blue. That ends 3-5. So there's only 8 of these left, so 4 meters in total. That would be really, really lovely as a border, as a bag, outer bag, would work really well, or the big outer pockets on a bag. This would also work really nicely. I think this would be lovely to make a little coat out of. Wouldn't it? For a child, it would be super cute. Yeah, you could eau de coat it and then you could make almost like a little, yeah, little splash-proof coat. We've got eau de coat in this hour. What about using that for a dog coat? Cute. Or little tote bags. Very, very popular though. There's only 4 meters left of that. Now we've also got that one in the white background. So while this is out, I'm just going to grab the complimentary bundle and just show you just a lovely, yeah, let me just move that down slightly. There we go, yeah. Nice, yeah, that green's gorgeous, isn't it? Just pretty, isn't that gorgeous? Goes really well, Ben, you did well with that. Good job, well done. How many meters of this have we got left though? We're okay on this? Well, how does it compare? Lots and lots in baskets, you see. Yeah. Oh, 18 of these 18 of you have got this in your baskets. Now, if each of you has got half a metre, you're fine. If every one of you's thinking about buying a metre of this, we haven't got enough. We know how many customers have got it in their baskets, but we don't know how much you've got. So if you want this, I would grab it. Love the silhouettes of the animals in this. They're great, aren't they? You could also use these to fussy cut. You could cut out, you could iron on, not interfacing, Bonder web on the back, and then actually cut out rosettes. So like 7 of them together, like a granny's flower garden. And then fuse that to a background, maybe something like the chambray, and then cut lots of these out. But then when you iron them down onto this fabric, leave a little, maybe 1/4 of an inch gap in between each rosette, so you see a bit of this shining through, and then quilt around it. That would make a gorgeous bag. Brand new range today. This is the first time we're seeing it, and it is flying out. Let's do the big all over florals next. So ending 8-3, and then we've got ending 1-6. So ending 8-3, this is Ben's favourite. This would be absolutely lovely done for dressmaking. It would make a lovely shirt. Wouldn't that be pretty? It would also make a glorious lining for a bag. Really pretty lining for a bag. You could use something like a blue or a navy PU for the outer bag and then line it with this. Or I'm thinking about the Walk With Me bag from Becky Alexander Frost. You could use the blue PU, this on the outer pocket and a bit on the lining. It would be really pretty. Or use the darker one and the same combo ending 1-6. Love poppy cotton ranges actually. I've used a few of them now. They're gorgeous to work with and I just think they're lovely fresh designs. We've got 4 meters of this left. That's it. 4 meters left. And what's in baskets? How many baskets? 9 of you got this in your basket, so we definitely won't have enough. Love the little selvage. Your smile is my sunshine. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Don't worry, be happy. Love it. That's going to sell out, so if you've got that in your basket, watch out, watch out. Next up, let's do the big flowers. So ending 5-3. little sundress in this. Little sundress. So shirring elastic, across, you know, just make it up into a tube with a French seam. Shirring elastic across the top to bunch all the top in like this, and then add little spaghetti straps, and there's the bottom. There's your little sundress. It's gorgeous, isn't it, with a little pair of sandals running around in the sunshine. Gorgeous. That's just me. Love that. Really pretty, isn't it? Popular? Oh yes, very popular. And then this one's got a soft chambray blue background ending 3/8, sort of light denim colour in the background. 3 meters left of this one. This has been very, very popular too. This again has just got a lovely, relaxed, cool summer vibe to it, hasn't it? Really suitable for dressmaking, quilting, bag making, any of those. Lovely. And then the last two prints are the daisies. On yellow first, ending 4/5. Yeah, really sweet prints these, aren't they? Been very popular, this. So you've got that lovely soft buttery buttercup yellow really in the background, isn't it? And then the tossed daisies. Price is really good. I can't believe that £5.99 for half a metre. It's very, very reasonably priced. Well, do you know, I'll tell you, I've got a theory about why it's, because Poppy Cotton is a new fabric company. And two ladies who are really into their fabric. And they're gorgeous. They're just terrific. And it's an independent fabric company. And I think what they've done is they've produced new designs. The quality is really lovely, but they want to get it out there. So that's my theory, that they're keeping their prices really affordable so that people give it a try. And it's absolutely beautiful. Yeah, I like that we're supporting them too. You know what, our buyers recognise really good designs as well. These are beautiful designs. They're very usable. They have a nice Americanness to them, but they're not sort of, you know, Star Spangled Banner America. Do you know what I mean? But there's a little bit of Americana for me, a little bit of folk art America in there. You know, things like the hexagons. I get that. That's a little nod to but of course, you know, it's very British as well, isn't it? Cows and chickens and sheep and flowers. It's lovely. You know, it just all goes. And then the last one in that range is ending 6/3. Again, I want to dressmake with all of these. Talking of dressmaking, did you see Sewing Bee last night? It was Art Week. Well, email in. Just tell me what you thought. What did you think? I mean, first and foremost, I want to say all of the makers on the Sewing Bee, all the contestants are brilliant. I love every single one of them, and I thought they all did amazingly well given the challenges. But what did you think of those challenges? Well, you know, we'll talk. Let's talk Tilda. We are so limited. One of these is already sold out. This one. Let me no. Oh, it's like this colour over here. 8/4, got it, yep. So this one now, that's sold out, so I'll get rid of that from the pile. So this is very, very limited stock throughout. Right, I'm just going to grab and we'll go through them one at a time. So ending 9/2. So this is the brand new range from Tilda. It's called Bloomsville. It's probably my favourite range ever. Ever. I absolutely love it. Love this deep mustard in the background. Carol's just put on Facebook, no, in capitals. Is that the challenges from last night on Sewing Bee? No, just no. Yeah, it was a funny one, wasn't it? It It's a funny one. And I really didn't agree with the person that was sent home. No spoilers in case you haven't watched it yet, but I really didn't agree with the person being sent home. Not on balance, not on balance. This is lovely, isn't it? If you got my Galleria quilt pattern the other week, you can use this in it perfectly. It goes so well. It's a great place to show off your prints. Ending 5-7. I absolutely love that. You know? Ah, Carol says it means I haven't seen it yet. No, don't worry, I won't give any spoilers, Carol, except I didn't agree who was sent home, but then quite often I don't agree. So that's not a spoiler. We all have different opinions, don't we, about what happens. But yeah, I thought the challenges were outrageous. I kind of liked some of it. I liked the transformation challenge, turning the artist canvas into an outfit. I thought that was really cool, and I really liked some of the things that were made, but just generally a bit, yeah. I did just find myself looking at the screen thinking, what am I watching? But Carol will enjoy it. Steph says, I couldn't get into last night's sewing bee, and don't even start me on last week cutting up all those beautiful crochet blankets. I know there were quite a few of us going, what? What? Don't repurpose that. That's a beautiful blanket. Use it as a blanket. Anyway, this is lovely. I love this design. Absolutely glorious. I need to speed up a little bit. We've got a lot of fabrics to get through. Ending 04. So this is the focus print from the collection. $7.49 per half metre. If you're doing the Galleria quilt, by the way, half a metre of each of the fabrics is plenty. A fat quarter is enough if you do, one block using each fabric, or average that out, 12 blocks, 12 fat quarters. You'll need about a metre for your border, but you can do meters, half meters instead if you prefer. So that's all of those yellows. Then glorious greens and blues, ending 6-4. Really limited on every single one of these. We've got less than 20 units of everything. Some of the units we've got single figures. So that really is danger zone. One person could come along and buy the last 3 meters. Okay, next one, ending 2-3. Love that kind of more structured, a bit sort of almost Jacobean. Reminds me a little bit of sort of crewel work embroidery, these stylized flowers. Great opportunity for fussy cutting, English paper piecing. Charlie's not awake, is he? I just said English paper piecing. Thank you, that's better. Ending 6-8. There we go. Beautiful. Lovely deep royal blue in the background. Love all these splashes of pinks and reds that you find in the flowers. Lovely stuff. Carol says, I'm quite surprised none of the blankets came unravelled. I was very intrigued actually, Carol, with how Lizzie in particular was explaining how she was cutting between the rows of crochet and it didn't come unravelled. I didn't really understand it, but it was rather good to watch. Ending 1-8. So these are like little, are they maple trees? Something like that. Ooh, what was that? Oh yeah, the maple bacon. What are you going to do next? Lovely. And even though it's a small scale print, isn't it glowy and lovely? Make a nice little shorty dressing gown out of that. Oh, Joan's been in touch. Is it the deputy? Yes, yes. The deputy has spoken. And it was just saying a lot of the group, Raw Edges, who, this group, quilt group, lots of the members there think Sewing Bee's lost its way. We discuss the controversial here on Sewing Street. We talk everything sewing. Yeah, you know, it depends, doesn't it, what you're into. Sometimes I really like the innovations, and I do really enjoy watching the Transformation Challenge because it's something short, it's a bit of fun. I mean, I know sometimes the things that people make are absolutely ghastly. I've done some of them myself, you know, but still sometimes you can look and think there's a gem there, there's a seed of an idea in what you've done, you know. I mean, last week, those tote bag tops, I mean, Liz's, where she, with the big capital B, I just thought that was stunning, and that could have been the made-to-measure garment at the end of the show. I just thought it was brilliant what she did. You know, but other times I look and think, oh, what have you done? Give me the tote bag. All right, for this one then, this is that blue and yellow mix, really vibrant. I like that one too. And then the little cotton trees. This is, oh, thank you. You got it. Well done. Yeah, nice sort of teal, petrol teal colour. It's lovely. This mixes really well, this colour, by the way, with the pinks and reds. That's what I did in my quilt that I made. And then the purples. Same design, but in purple and blue, 5.9. It is beautiful. These would all mix really nicely with our solids as well, wouldn't they? Just mix them with a solid. Looks stunning. Now this next one I'm going to show you, I made up into a cushion. And all I did, this ends 04. All I did was layer this with some quilt batting. I quilted it, and you could quilt it really simply in just straight lines, matchstick quilting. You saw Liz yesterday showing you how to do that using the Moxie. And then just bound it using the sort of somewhere near the orange. It was actually our hot tomato solid, which worked really well with this one. And that's a cushion I've got on my sofa. Fab. Next one, these ones are a little bit sort of Dutch heritage, I think. 3 units, 327, ending 27. Fabulous, isn't it, that one? Absolutely gorgeous. Love it. Love that. Carol's asked, you've just reminded me to ask you a question. Did you ever print out a pattern for the clamshell? I'm not sure. Remind me, Carol. I've had a sleep. Sorry, I'm being dim. Ending 6.3. I'm intrigued now. Something I should have done maybe. Oh, was it the clamshell that I did on the Sewing Bee Christmas special? Might be. I loved making that. Fran wants a change up of the judging panel on Sewing Bee. Oh, we're getting into the nitty gritty now. Too sort of high-end fashion, not sort of down with the sort of dressmaking enough. I mean, the first series was very much dressmaking, and this is 01, and now it has definitely moved much more sort of into the fashion and experimental, and, you know, expecting people to be sort of that experimental about it, isn't it? But yeah. Oh, Charlie, our director, wants us to be the new judges, all of the presenters. We could do that. We could do our own Sewing Bee, couldn't we? Pretty, like that. See, I'd like them to do things like on the Transformation Challenge. I'd like them to take them all, say, to like a charity shop and give them a £5 and say you can buy anything you like using your £5, and then you all have to come back and make something out of it. Maybe just one garment, but then sort of add, you know, new buttons and new trim or whatever, and refashion it, and you know, something like that I think would be really fun. Carol says the Christmas bauble you made, yes, that was on the Christmas special. Actually, Carol, what it was, you can buy, they're clover, they're actually made by Clover. I couldn't say that on the show, but they're made by Clover, and they're a clamshell case. And you get all of the inserts, you get the plastic for the insides, you get the pattern for how to make it up, and they're really fun to make. And then you can sort of make more. You can cut more out of you know, sort of bendy plastic, things like margarine tubs work for the inside. Anyway, but yeah, glad I managed to work out what that was. Let's do some Taylor Seville. We've got pins. Now, extra long pins. The pink box, okay. I have the pin box, but both of mine are blue. Is it one and... Yeah, I'm a bit confused. We've got two that look the same. Quilting pins, one's 50, one's 100. There's the pink. Thanks, Alex. Brill. Right, so these are extra long pins. Oh, I approve. I like extra long pins. These are 50, you get 50 of these. Oh, and that is fantastic. You do get extra length there. These are 2 1/4 inches. Nice fine pin, soft grip. These heads of the pins are actually heat resistant, so as you're ironing your project, if you catch that with the iron, it's not going to melt. Obviously don't put the iron on it and leave it for 10 minutes, but they're heat resistant, and they're very, very easy to put in and pull out as well. They've got like a grippy surface, so really super. They are great quality pins, and actually £12.99, that's a good price. You get 50 in there. It's worth investing in good pins. You know, if you want to just improve your overall sewing experience, nice tools, good quality, does make a difference. Yeah. Yeah. If you drop them on the floor as well, you'll find them. You've got that colour, haven't you? You've got that colour, you'll spot them. Yeah, yeah. I've opened a can of worms with the sewing bee. Fran says your comments made me realise that the show might now be aimed at the lost TV demographic, those 18 to 34-year-olds. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's a bit like Bake Off. I really enjoyed watching the Bake Off for the first few seasons when it was how to bake a really lovely Victoria sponge. But at the point it became how to make a cake that was, you know, included a vegetable and in the shape of a musical instrument, and it had to light up, I sort of switched off because I thought I'm never going to make that. Whereas the tips for how to do a really good Victoria sponge I was interested in, and I wanted, you know, and I'd stop watching the show and go straight in the kitchen and bake something, you know. But sometimes it's about, oh, how can we keep it fresh? What can we do? We've got to always build and make it bigger, and I guess that does lose some of us along the way, doesn't it? Sewing Street will always have lovely sewing, I promise, and cleaning products occasionally. Right, let's do quilting pins, a pack of 50. So in here you're getting 50 quilting pins. These are 1 3/4 inches long. Again, they're lovely, nice and sharp, nice and fine, not too fine though, they're not really bendy and sort of weak, but equally they're not like javelins. You've got that soft comfort grip as well, heat resistant. You get 50 pins in that very, very distinctive box. Again, beautiful quality pins that really sort of increase the pleasure, I think, of sewing. And every step should be embraced, you know, including the pinning of your projects. So use nice products. Use nice products. Now we've also got a pack of 100 You make a great saving by buying 100 because £12.99 for 50, but £19.99 for 100. So just an extra £7 and you get twice as many pins. So I would be going for this one, the 100 quilting pins. And use these when you're piecing your patchwork. You can pin small projects together as well. Great for dressmaking too. 100 pins this time for £19.99. Love those. Right, that's a bit of Taylor Seville. Now then, shall we do panels? Yeah, okay. Right, so we've got a few. Alex, would you mind just going into the gallery, please, and just grabbing the Borrow bag? It's on the bottom shelf, sort of behind where Charlie is. It's a blue and brown bag. I'll show you that in a second. So let's talk rainbows first of all. Shall we do ending 6-2? So this morning's been all about every colour of the rainbow. This has been really, really popular. Awesome. Thanks, Alex. This has been super popular. So this is Rainbow is My Favourite Colour. 40 5-inch coordinating squares. They've all got a sort of grungy, textural, you know, slightly shabby looking print to them, quite deliberate, obviously. And they go from magentas and pinks through reds, oranges, golden yellows, all the greens, the blues, the turquoises, and then the purples and the back into those magenta pinks. So if I hold this up now so that you can see what you're getting all of those beautiful colours. Now, I did use this panel in my Floating Stars quilt pattern, but equally you could use this for cushions, quilts. You could make a great baby quilt out of that. You could also just use it as a resource, as a colour palette, say, for example, for a plique. Something like that. In fact, what I might have to do is use one of these panels and do an applique wall hanging or something with it and just see what I can get out of one panel. Been very, very popular though, £14.99. Now, next one, ending 2-3. And this is from the same time. This is Rainbow is My Favourite Colour strips. Now, what I've done on here, these are 2.5-inch wide strips. They are huge. You get 32 strips. But what I want you to see is they change in the middle. So you get 16 half strips. So each strip, if you can see, is from here to here. Okay. Which is about 27. No, wait a minute, not 27, 25. Yeah, 27, about 27 inches in length, each one. So you've got those 16 there, and then you've got another 16 next to them. Demoed on the 2nd of Feb, day before my birthday. Have you got the... Yeah, lovely. So with these strips, you can either cut them out and use them as jelly roll strips, or you can cut out big triangles, big squares, as I did. I was showing there how to create setting triangles that kind of look pieced. But, you know, I've taken half the work out because you've got a printed panel. Fran says, what about using the squares panel for a sleeping bag or a quillo? Love that, love that. Steph says, who's your favourite rainbow character? I love George and Zippy. Oh, absolutely. I think both of those are my spirit animals. I am both George and Zippy in one person, but without the zip. Yeah. Although, as Sandra proved this morning, if you want to stop me talking, just get me tangling. Oh yeah, and there's the Floating Stars quilt. So if you want to make that, you use one of the strip panels, the square panel as well, and about 1 metre of black fabric. And there's a pattern available as well. Yeah, quilt it on your Moxie, do that. Right, next up, from around the same time, this is the Rainbow Messenger Bag panel. So with this, what you get is everything for the outer and the lining of a messenger bag. And so what you've got here, you've got all of your different parts. You get your linings as well. So the outer bag is this gorgeous kind of dark charcoal grey plaid and a charcoal grey linen texture. Your lining is all this lovely bright rainbow ombre. But then over here on the edge of the panel, you've got these two long strips of rainbow chips. Now you might be thinking, are those for the shoulder straps? Well, no, you've got your shoulder straps included elsewhere, although you could absolutely use these as shoulder straps. But the idea with the quilt is the outside is a grey plaid. But what I did with my bags was I rotary cut through those panel pieces, so through the front flap, carve a line through the middle, cut out a strip of that rainbow chip and then insert it into the cut. Sew the pieces back together again and then use your lining piece as a template to then lay on top of your kind of jazzed up panel and then recut it to the correct shape. This is the pastel version that we're showing you now. So bright version first, details for that are on screen. You also get full instructions for how to make the bag printed on the panel, so you don't have to buy an extra pattern. 2nd of Feb demoed. You would need to buy yourself a pack of Bosel in our form. That's your add-on that you'd need, and a bit of fusible interfacing for the shoulder strap. Now I'll show you the pastel panel, which we did show you the pastel bag in that little clip. So this time the outer bag is made from this gorgeous light sort of silvery grey plaid, which I just think is really pretty. Here's your shoulder straps and linings down here. And then the front and back of the bag are made in this lovely light grey linen texture. So that's your base bag. Inside your bag you've got this beautiful pastel ombre rainbow lining. And then I think my favourite bit out of all of the panels is this pastel rainbow, or these two pastel rainbow strips. The reason why I gave you so much of these is because if you only want to put the purples or the greens and yellows into your bag, you've got plenty of those, you could just do those. If you want to cut these rectangles apart and stitch them together in a different order, you can. You've got loads of fabric there to play with. And you could also use some of this in other projects, or use it to create maybe a spectacle case to go in the bag, or a little purse. You could sew two of these together and make a little purse to go with. Lots of different ideas. But for £19.99 you get all of that, outer, lining, fabrics for embellishing, and your instructions. And Deputy Joan uses one panel and makes about 4 bags out of it. I don't know how she does it. It's like a magic trick. But very, very clever and resourceful, as sewers always are. Now, we've also got, talking of pastels, we've got the pastel rainbow squares. Hello, lovely. We've got 19 of these left, and that is it. We've sold hundreds of these. And again, I want to do something else with this. I used it for my floating stars quilt, but I mean, what a great resource of just different corals and oranges into yellow, these lovely soft greens and turquoises, the blues and the purples and the magentas. Just love it. All of that, 40 5-inch squares, they're all different, on a panel for £14.99. Love it. Lots and lots of those in baskets. Check out, wherever you are. This next one, this is, okay, I'm going to say it, Christmas. It's my Joy to the World tote bag. We've got poinsettias and holly on today, so it's allowed. So this is the Joy to the World shopping tote bag. So what you've got here, so you've got your bag base, your main outer bag, which is this lovely peppermint candy cane outer bag, okay, front and back. But then you've got big outer pockets with like a scooped out area here. So this you'll line and then layer on top of the candy cane. So you'll have the candy cane just showing here in this top corner, and then this massive pocket to get into. So on the one side you've got a little Christmas branch with a little bird and it says joy. And of course there's my little stalk scissors there, had to be. And then on the other side of the bag you've got another pocket, just the same, but this one says, "Sew the most wonderful time of the year." And you've got your sewing machine there and a Christmas wreath. Just loved doing this. And then you've everything on this panel for your outer bag, including an inner security pocket. So you've got a double pocket here, which you're going to basically, you've got a strip here. You're going to insert a zip between this and the top section, and then add a lining to it, and then you'll sew this into the top facing of the bag. So you've got an extra little zip pocket inside your bag. You will need to add your own lining to this. Because a lot of the panel is taken up with those big outer pockets. You have also got full instructions included on the panel, so you don't have to buy extra. And this is nice made up with something like H640 and some interfacing on the pocket rather than in our form. But you could use in our form for the main bag, and then I would just use an interfacing on the pocket, and that's all, and that would be a very nice structured bag. So that's, excuse me, that's that one. And then the last panel that we've got from me is my borrow bag. Now, I'll show you, now we haven't got this colourway. Have you not seen this bag? Well, it had one time out and it basically sold out, but we have got some of the blue. So this is the borrow bag. I know it doesn't look it, but it's a really easy and quick make this. It's faux borrow, which is a Japanese technique of layering different fabrics, and then you stitch through all those layers. So on this, it's a panel. You layer this up with some Boselinar form and then stitch it. I've done vertical lines of stitching, front and back. They're both different. And then you just simple boxed corners, so nice and easy. I've put a flap, there's a flap included. Okay, like a short flap, but you can also have it without the flap if you prefer, and have it almost like this kind of bag, where you can just get into it just like, yeah, just like that. So it'll just look like that on a strap if you don't want the flap. And then you also get a loop, and also even a little bit of fabric to cover a button, so you could have a loop and a button. If you don't use it for that, then you must still use that loop. I've used it here to add a little swivel clip inside the bag, and you can attach your keys to that. It's got an internal pocket, it's got your shoulder strap, it's got the lot. Now, the one that we've got is all blue. So I'll show you this, and this is gorgeous and a little brighter, and it's really stunning. If you wanted to, you could do a lot of hand sewing on this actually, because, so here are your borrow sections. This is the front and the back of the bag over here. Yeah, lovely bright blues. And what you could do if you preferred to hand sew is you could layer this with, I would probably go with something like H640. Or quilt batting. Apply that to the back, and then you could hand quilt, and I might do things like curved lines or concentric circles that maybe interlock or overlap over the surface. You could embellish certain squares or rectangles to your heart's desire if you prefer. You've got all of your fabrics for your linings, and these are all sort of Japanese style. You've also got an extra project here. You've got a little purse that goes with the project, which is missing from there. But you get a little extra purse as well, and the lining as well. You get all of your instructions as well for making the bag and for making the purse. So it's all there. It's all there. And your shoulder straps as well. Now I've added a rather smart leather fastener here, which does make a difference. I think it looks lovely. We do normally have them for sale. They're out of stock at the moment, but we're getting these back in. And a bit of metalware. I've used D-rings at the side and swivel clips, which means that I can detach this strap if I want to. Looks rather smart. But you could miss this out altogether and put your shoulder strap actually into the seam, and then you wouldn't need any metalware at all. You wouldn't be able to make the strap adjustable. You'd leave that off as well. But you can do that with no metalware at all if you prefer. That's a bag. You can make that bag in a busy afternoon, or certainly over a weekend if you want to really take your time. So that's my borrow bag panel. Now with a few other tools. Yeah, let's do Eau de Coat. We mentioned Eau de Coat earlier. Eau de Coat's a waterproofing liquid, and it turns fabric into oilcloth. Fabric becomes oilcloth. So what you've got in here is it's almost like a gel paste. So it's not runny like PVA glue. It's more like a gel. So you get, well, sometimes you get, so you don't always, but sometimes you get like almost like a little credit card, and you use that to almost squeegee a thin layer of eau de Coat across the surface of the fabric. Just a very, very thin layer. And then let that dry, and that will make it sort of splash resistant. If you want to make it waterproof, put on a second and then a third coat, and it will be waterproof. You can also put this over things like your seams when you've constructed a bag, say using oilcloth, just to make sure that the seams are waterproof as well and to fill in any holes. You can do it on things like if you make like a feed mat, you know, like a little mat to put your pet bowls on. Yeah, or for children as well, or for you. You could do it on things like bibs as well, or tabards. You can use it on all sorts of things. You might even want to just put it on the base of a bag, because the base of the bag is the bit that might get a little bit sort of splashed or whatever. You can do that too. It's a super medium. If you don't get the card with it, just, you know, next time you're offered one of those store cards, just have that, or see if you can get an old one, a spare one, and use that instead. Or, you know, like an old card that you don't use anymore, or the sort that renew every year. You can use one of those. All right. Well, I just mentioned very quickly wool pressing mats, because my father-in-law, Ron, was asking me the other day about wool pressing mats and do I rate them? And I said, Ron, I absolutely do rate them. I love a wool pressing mat. We've got two sizes. The small square one has taken such a long time to get back in stock. I'll mention that now, ending 40. It's £19.99. Why do I love a wool pressing mat? They're very firm, very flat surface, which means when you're pressing your patchwork, you're pressing it against a very firm, very flat surface. And basically your patchwork becomes flatter, will press better on a wool pressing mat. Wool pressing mat also will hold the heat of your iron, so they stay pretty hot as you're going. So for example, if you want to get the creases out of vinyl, you know, clear vinyl for bag making, iron your wool pressing mat well with a hot iron. Take the iron away, lay your sheet of vinyl on top of the hot pressing mat and press it down. and smooth it out, and it will take out the wrinkles or the fold line from your vinyl. They're awesome. They're great for dressmaking as well, where you're doing detail pressing, so things like cuffs, collars. If you've pushed out the corner of maybe a placket or the corner of a shirt, get a really good press on a wool pressing mat. They're fab. Wouldn't be without my wool pressing mat, says Penelope in Hampshire. A must when sewing. I agree with you, Penny. They're brilliant. They're the kind of thing that you think, how did we manage without these? Why is it taking so long? At $19.99 for that one. We've got a larger size as well. This is $24.99. So not a lot extra for size-wise. It's about a third more of the mat. So this is a 12 by 12, and this I think is a 12 by 18. I'm guessing, but I think it's 12 by 18. I'm going to grab a tape measure and I'll tell you. They're all grabbing calculators, look. I'll go old school. 18 inches by 12. Yeah, there we go. I guesstimated. Again, just super. Really good things, these. $24.99. A message. Love my wool mat. Unfortunately, my cat Harvey does too. And one side now has bumps where he pads onto it. I love it when they do that, though. It's so cute. It's like they're playing the piano. We are going to go to a little break. When we come back, I'll be joined by Sandra from Sanntangle. We're going to go a bit Christmassy. Don't go anywhere, Scrooge. Come on. Let's get Christmassy with Sandra.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, I mean from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hey, are you ready for a bit of Christmas? I'm ready for a bit of Christmas. I'm definitely ready for a bit more Sandra Rushton.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hello, you.
Hello, again.
I know. I felt 10 feet tall after the last hour with you because you made me feel like an artist. And I know lots of you have felt like artists after using Sandra's amazing stencils that just give you that framework and make you feel like you can draw, you can add surface embellishments to your fabrics, quilts and your sewn projects. This hour, we've got the Poinsettia and Holly launching. And it's absolutely flying, absolutely flying. It's going to sell out very, very quickly. Already so many of you have got yours. Let's put details on screen. I wasn't expecting that price at all, Sandra. I was expecting about $29.99 for this. $16.99. Half the stock's already gone. Let me grab this out and show you what you're getting, and then I'm going to show you what you can make. You're getting your pattern. This is for the Poinsettia and Holly. Create 2 cushion designs with tangly artwork, perfect for decorating your own home or as a gift. So inside, I'm going to jump straight to the stencils. Look at all this. Look at all this. You get your stencils. This is for your base shapes for drawing your poinsettias, your holly, your berries. You get 2 different sizes as well. So you get your stencils, and I love the way now they all come with this hole punch. So they'll go, did you get your journal earlier? Did you get your journal? We've got 1 or 2 left. We've 1 or 2 left. If you didn't, you need to grab one. So you get your stencil. You also get like an acrylic.
I know.
So this is awesome stuff. This is $16.99. We've got a quilt template here. This is for cutting your all-important triangle unit. Everything else is strips, so that's cool. But I mean, to have that template for $16.99 included, that's amazing. And then you've got full instructions, not just how to do your patchwork and to piece these beautiful cushions, but very, very importantly, how to use the stencils to draw holly and poinsettias and all these lovely extra embellishments, the berries, the swirls, the tendrils. Now, obviously, Sandra's used these to create cushions, but I'm looking at them thinking, oh, but I need to use this plus piecing in a table runner in my Christmas table centre. And then as soon as I say table runner, I'm thinking, actually, I need to make a tree skirt that has shapes where I can tangle poinsettias and holly all around the outer edge of my tree skirt. Then I'm thinking, well, if I can do this on fabric, I can cut this out in a circle, I can pad it, I can add a hanging loop. Now I've got Christmas tree decorations, or I can put a decorative key, and this is a fob with a cord and a tassel to hang from the door. There's, you know, Santa's magic key needs a fob. This is, you know, now a Christmas stocking with the band across the top, with this on one, and holly and berries on the other.
I know.
I want to do everything now.
And you're drawing it.
And you're drawing it. You're making it unique. And you can add in then your favourite Christmas fabrics, and you can colour it your way. Because remember, you're drawing in a black pen on whatever colour fabric you choose. You can go in there then with your Inktense pencils, and you can create, if you want, and create any kind of colour that you want. Or go black and white, go monochrome. We've got more of these in baskets than we've got left. So these are going to fly out. These are going to sell out before we get to demo. We'll still demo, but these are going to sell out. So check out your basket, please. Otherwise, you absolutely will miss out on this. Now, lots of you have been asking, what fine liners do we use? What kind of pens do we use? Sandra's got you covered. We use Sanntangle pens. Sanntangle fine liner pens. Now, this is a pack of 3. Now I've got 2 packs of 3 in front of me. Is there a difference, or are they the same?
No, I think you've probably just got 2 packs.
2 packs,
just
fine.
in case.
Oh, lovely.
We always bring spares.
Awesome, thank you. Right, so you get, and are these the 03?
03s, yeah, we find they work really nicely on fabric. You've got 2 03s and an 05.
Ah, gotcha.
So you know when we were filling in that
so this
space,
is the
that
mixed
earlier?
set.
Yeah, the 05.
So can you see we've got, this is the 03. This is that really fine point for doing the vast majority of your tangling, okay? You'd also use this if you were going to do something like a quilt label and you wanted to write
absolutely
who made it.
Earlier, you know, we were filling in bits with pen. You could actually use the 05 to do that filling in for you, because it's a slightly thicker, well, it's a thicker nib, and it's not going to sort of, you know, take as long as using the 03.
Okay, I'm just looking now, and I think those 3 are all the same. So perhaps we've got 1 pack of one and 1 pack
Maybe
of
so.
another.
I've got an 05 here.
Have you?
Yeah.
Can you just show your 05, please, Sandra?
Yeah. I've got an 03 and an 05. So what
Great,
I'll
thank
do,
you. You get a mixed pack. You get 2 of the 03s and 1 of the 05s.
Yeah, we've had the departmental elves causing trouble again, I reckon. So yeah, here we go. So you can see that's your 03. And there's your 05. You can see quite clearly that it's thicker there. So that, I mean, if you're drawing larger pieces and you want to draw with this, it's absolutely fine.
Or a more thick and solid line.
Yeah, I do tend to use the 3. I like that detail, but it's entirely, so you mix and match them and you'll get slightly different effects depending on what you're going to use. So.
The stencils you will use again and again and again forevermore. The patterns, the booklets forevermore. The pens are your consumables. So they're the things that you need to make sure you stock up on, so you've always got them in stock. And at $7.99 for 3, I think that's incredible value. You can easily pay $5.99, $6.99 for 1 fabric safe fine line pen.
Yes.
And I've done it myself many times. You can easily pay $5.99, $6.99 for 1 pen. You get 2 03s, which is the very finest, 1 05, which is the filler inner, the thicker one, for $7.99. So stock up on those. Right, can we go to demo? Can we do Poinsettia or Holly, please?
Yeah, which one you want to do? I don't, it doesn't matter, we can do either or.
You're letting me loose again, aren't you?
And I've given you a stencil there as well, yeah, because we can use the stencil.
I didn't put you off then.
That's right. Exactly as it is, if we want to, because you've got, with a stencil, you tend to get the lines or the shapes, the petals don't touch each other. But if we want something that's a little bit more realistic, we want them to touch each other.
Right.
Okay. So I've already started my little block here. Look, I need a bit of iron in there, but it doesn't matter, we're not going to need it. So in the instructions it does say it might be better to actually put it into this format first,
Make
and then
up
when
the
you put
block.
your stencil on, you're not going to go into your seam allowance. But for that,
It's good advice.
Absolutely. So I've got
advice.
2 pens. I've got my pen and I've got a friction pen.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to start with the friction pen because what I want to do, I want to put in. Let's have a look. Let's put it here. Again, this is where you're designing. See, I've not told you where to put it, so you can have it in the corner. Well, not quite in the corner. Or I'm going to put it straight in the middle there. And what I'm going to do is draw around all these little shapes, and that's with my friction pen.
So is this all around each shape?
Yeah. Because when I get to it, I'm not going to leave them like this. So you can, and of course you can ink through if you want, all sorts of things. You don't have to draw it, but we're going to go for it and we're going to draw a realistic kind of flower. And again, this is in the instructions, so I don't need to worry about this at all.
And well done everyone for getting on board with Christmas. I know it's June, I know it's hot out there, but actually sewing takes a while, doesn't it? If we want to make things for Christmas, we've got to crack on and do it now.
It does, and if you're gifting for people, do you know, I actually prefer a gift now. Somebody made something.
Me too.
I think it means a lot, and time for me certainly is a commodity. So actually giving of your time, doesn't matter how big or small the project, it's really useful, it's really there for you, isn't it?
No, I agree. I love a handmade gift, unless you're watching Charlie, in which case I really, really like a bought gift. Jewellery is good.
Just refer to the instructions here because I wanted to show, yes, I'm drawing it, but here, again, you can see, look, I've used my friction pen in the red there, and then I'm going over with my black fine liner, so it's all there for you. So don't think, oh, she's drawing that, how am I going to remember? It's all in there. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to pick up my
hang on, at this
fine
point,
liner.
at this point. I'm catching up,
Come
I'm nearly
on,
there, I'm
come
nearly
on,
there.
That's okay. That's okay. We're going to start with bubbles anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. See, we've got a gap in the middle here.
Right.
Okay, good to go?
I'm there, I'm good to go.
So fine liner.
Oh, right.
There we go. I'm going to fill that middle bit with bubbles. So we should be on the opposite side, shouldn't we? Left and right-handed. Look, bubbles. We don't call them circles because they're never going to be. So we don't.
We're filling
try.
In that. Okay.
Yeah.
So you tend to go in the middle first.
Start wherever you like.
And should they be touching or?
Mine are quite happy to be touching.
Different sizes.
Yeah, sort of fill in the space until you're happy with what you've got there. There we go. So see, it doesn't have to be a perfect circle. I quite like it if it's not really. But there we go. So I've got some little bubbles in there. There we go. We could always come back and add more if we want to. And then I'm going to have a look at what shapes I've got here. Because here I've got like a petal in its own right, and then I've got a gap. What I want to do is complete the gap. I don't want any sort of space in between. So what I'm going to do is start at this point here. There we go. So I'm going to start at that one. So it doesn't matter which one. I've actually got that sort of V kind of.
This one here, is it?
That one there.
That one there.
Yeah.
Is there a different pen I can use? I think this one might be on its way out.
Oh, you can. Try that one. It's a 5. Try a 5. See how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll get it slightly different.
Oh, all right.
So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to use this petal. I'm going to start at this point here at the top, and then I'm going to draw round and bring it into the middle there. You see?
Okay.
And then on this side, I can do the same sort of thing. So I'm going to follow that line, and then I'm going to bring it down here to create my own sort of petal shape.
Understood.
So I've used this to help me create the shape, but I've not really used it.
A bit like that.
Yeah. So I can come to the next one,
Mm-hmm.
and again, I can follow that line around, and that's going to sort of go, so it's going underneath that one there.
Yes.
So starting to create, let's have a look, this one, a little bit tricky, maybe, but again, look, there's the point. Follow that shape round, and we're creating our own petals.
Just to that little one, or go take that one in as well?
I've took that one out.
Okay.
But again, your choice. So this one here, look, let's bring that one in there.
Mm.
So I'm following those sort of lines to create my own petals.
Got you.
There we go. And again, you've got that bit of structure, haven't you? You've got that framework.
Well, what's lovely is once you've got it, you're away then, aren't you?
Yes.
And it's a case of repeat, repeat, repeat.
That's it. And you start to see it then. You start to see these shapes. There we go. So again, you've got a slightly bolder version because you've got the 5, but you want to do that.
Yeah.
So we're going to do similar to the outside here. Now, something that's quite nice to do as well is when you start with one there, is actually go to another one somewhere else. Because if you're not careful, you'll have all of them sort of overlapping each other the same way.
I understand.
So let's break it up a little bit and create the shapes sort of randomly around the piece. So sometimes it's quite nice, you think, well, actually, I'm going to follow it round and I'm going to do my own thing. And let's sort of move that one about a little bit and take that one along. There we go. So
well, I'm absolutely loving this.
Before you know it, you're drawing it. There we go. So maybe that one sort of coming out there and that one there. So you've got that line to sort of help you, but you don't have to use it exactly.
I've just added my own petal.
That's okay.
There was a gap, so I added a little petal. Well, yeah. Are they petals? Are they leaves? I never know with poinsettias.
Yeah, they sort of all form into one, don't they?
The bracts, aren't they?
Yeah.
Bracts.
There we go. See, at this point, you could then iron away your.
Is that okay?
Yeah, look at this. So we've got similar, but different. But that's the whole point, isn't it?
It is.
Having something a bit different.
That's the extra one I added. There was a little gap.
Yeah, do it.
So I just did. You see, I feel like I want to just put
do another one then. Go for it.
A little one there.
This is somebody who can't draw.
It's having a framework, isn't it? It's having a framework, and suddenly you think, okay, well, I can draw on your lines.
Absolutely. So I'm going to do a couple of the petals, and then I'll move on and do the rest of it. But what we're going to do is we're going to do it with all. We do the same with all of them. Is you'd find your middle bit. So there's looking at my point. You see, I've got a bit of shape, and I'm going to put a line part way up, and then either side of the line, I'm going to create like a little V shape. And I'm going to do a couple of those on that line. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Almost looks like a little branch, doesn't it?
Hair.
Yeah. So let's do another
We've only got
one.
20 of these left.
So see, look, another line, and then again little V's going up the shape. And I would do that, I say, with all of the petals, putting these little V's in, and working my way around. So again, even by doing this, you're going to have a different V. You're going to have your line in a slightly different place.
Yes.
So every single one is unique. And with this, if you wanted to, you could actually stitch this, or you can use an embroidery machine stitch.
Absolutely. You wouldn't even have to draw them in at this stage.
You could
go straight to your machine.
Draw the outline and applique it. So there's obvious little bits and pieces that you can do there.
Well, one of the things you could do with this, I'm just going to interject, is once you've drawn it, you could iron a larger piece of bonder web to the back, then cut out maybe just outside your first line, iron that down onto your background, and then you could satin stitch around the edge.
Oh, that'd be beautiful.
And then I suppose in a way as well, that gives some people the security blanket of I'm not actually drawing on my quilt. No. I'm drawing on a separate piece of fabric, and if I hash it, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Or you could do all of this in your friction pen if you want to, and then you can decide what you want to keep and what you want to iron away. It's absolutely fine. I'm going to move on to the next stage now, because of course I'm not going to do all of those, but that's what you would do. I would do the same all the time. I'm going to create a curve. Now here I'm going to imagine the curve before I actually draw it. I think that's important to do. Again, you can use your friction pen if you're not sure, but once you're happy with it, you can come in, draw in that lovely curve, and I'm going to put a little bobble on the end. There you go.
Oh, this scares me slightly, Sandra.
Ease off with the pen.
This scares me a little bit because we're not following the template.
No, this is it, see. So let's have a look at how we could do this. Friction pen, you know where you're coming out.
Yeah, I like that.
And what you could do is you could draw yourself a bubble where you want it to end. And then you work from the line to the bubble, and then draw it in with your pen when you've done. So there's always ways about it. Never get stressed over it. It's just about going in with a line.
Oh, actually, it's not that hard to do when you do it. Sometimes you just got to do it, haven't you?
Yeah, confident stroke. I'm going to do something similar on the other side. And again, at this point, because we're drawing sort of a little bit further afield, just ease off with the pen. You don't want it to sort of drag on the fabric. You want it to sit on the surface. And that's where we're headed. We've got 2 little curves now.
So out and curling the same way.
Yeah, just be aware of your 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Yeah.
And then that gives you those 2 little points. And then looking at my instructions again, we've got sort of, coming from this point here, we're creating a little bit of a wave down that piece.
10 left, that's all.
Right, so again, so I'm using this as a structure, and I've got this lovely little wave coming down. And then along, and just keeping it going.
In the camp of absolutely can't draw, says June. But today's demos have convinced me I might be able to tangle.
And I think
Bought the Poinsettia stencil, fingers crossed. You absolutely can.
Absolutely.
And I can't begin to tell you the sense of achievement I'm feeling just by my khaki-handed attempts.
You just know that nobody else out there, even if they've got this stencil, has got the same thing as you.
Oh, nobody else is going to have this one.
No, but they're all
Let me tell
completely
you, Sandra.
different. I've added a few extras. So same sort of wobbly design and bringing those lines in around my piece there. And again, if you wanted to, you can draw it sort of freehand to start with. You don't have to stitch it to everything. Look how
I've done my 2.
So I've added this one. I've added another one coming this way.
This away.
And then here I've added another one sort of down here. And I've put them wherever I think I want.
Oh, okay. So you can just be a bit sort of freestyle with that.
And then this one, this is really tricky. It's not really.
Okay.
Are you ready? Curve line. There we go. Curve line. And then on one side, I'm going to do a curve. And on the other side, I'm going to do a curve.
Okay.
Look at that. You can get loads of those in. Really nice to draw. And you know what, if you wanted to turn them into holly, I'm going to use my friction pen. Here we go. So come on in.
Do you have your wobbles on both sides of the line or just on one side?
Just on one side.
On one side, yeah.
Yeah. And then this is both sides because I've got 2 going a different way. So looking at this now, what I could do with this is rather than having a straight curve, I can come in and I can create little curves within the shape. See?
Okay.
And then I can do the same this way.
Oh, I see.
And then I've got holly.
Yeah.
So I've drawn this, which is dead easy. 2 curves. Yeah. So let's do a couple more of those.
So I'm going to do the same. So I'm going to draw my leaf shape with friction. I never would have thought to use the friction pen to create the size.
That's it. Happy with that?
Steph said, I've never seen Stuart so excited. I think a sympathetic teacher is a must. To Sandra, I have a sister. Well, you're here, aren't you? We've got you.
Absolutely.
We've got you. So then just out. Do you know? Where were you when I was trying to teach children how to draw holly?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of different ways of doing it, but if you put it into a shape,
Children
it's about that
struggle
structure
to draw
again,
holly,
isn't it? Absolutely,
don't they?
Yeah, they do.
They really do.
But of course, if you think that I want holly and I don't want to draw it, the stencil, if we look at that, not only gives you 4 different sizes here because you've got your holly design, it also gives you your berries. You've got a smaller version as well, because this is lovely on the strips and things like that, so you could actually work within the 2. Again, you've got your smaller poinsettia, so the different designs you can do on this is a bit crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, oh, it's fab.
And, again,
I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
I'm going to bring a touch of pencil
I'm
in.
tangling like a good one here.
Here we go. I'm going to bring a bit of yellow. And now, of course, I would iron this first normally. So let's bring in a little bit of pencil. Now with the reds, I was always taught, if you want a decent red, put a yellow on first.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, put a yellow. Do you want to try?
Yes, I do.
There you go. So I'm going to bring a couple of reds in.
So we don't have to remove any friction pen at this stage. We can iron over the top.
Honestly,
We'd better to do that.
Yeah, but we've not got anything out there, so that's not a problem. We could try it. I've never done it before, actually. I'm sure it'd iron out still.
I'm going to get my
it's a
iron.
neat thing.
Because I'm keeping this, Sandra.
Okay.
And also, we've got other stencils on the show.
I know, this is just one
We've
thing.
got more.
Just one thing.
Yes,
Put
more.
that line back in, see? So we can start to create quite realistic sort of things there. Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Shall we run this one under, see if it does come?
Yeah, let's do that. There we go.
Let's do it, there you go. I love that iron.
It's gorgeous, isn't
Yeah. It has, hasn't it? Look.
it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no bother.
There we go. No bother at
Oh,
all. That's
look
nice
at that.
to know, isn't it? It's really
It is
nice
good to know. It is good to know. Right, then I'm just going to do a bit of colouring, if I may.
There you
If
go.
you want a good red,
Yeah.
put down some yellow. So you
down
just
some
colour
yellow.
it in yellow first, do you?
Yeah, just put a whole layer of yellow down.
Okay.
And then go over the top and add just a little bit. Because, of course, poinsettia leaves, it can be lots of different colours.
Yeah,
So,
they really can.
And again, if you don't want to do poinsettia, you could do it a different colour and not put the V's
So
in.
you don't colour it in as a whole sort of...
No, I always tend to work sort of the darker at the bottom edge. It's always about blending in. So I'll do this one and you'll see the difference. Where
5 of these left, that's all. 48 in baskets. Enjoy the demo by all means, but don't forget to check out your basket. Is that okay like that?
That's yes.
For a bit of
so you can see the difference
shading.
between the one I've got the yellow on. It's a lot deeper sort of colour.
Yeah, I can
whereas
see
this
that.
one not so much. I mean, I know we're colouring on green, and there's not like a white background behind. So
no, but that sort of lifts the colour. It gets rid of the green first, doesn't it?
It
So
does. It does.
Sort of neutralises.
That's it. So there we go. So that's, you would work with the holly in exactly the same way.
I really like the pink poinsettias.
Oh, yes.
And of course you can do that, can't you? Because you're putting a black and white base.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
can colour it whatever colour you
colour
like.
you want to do, yeah. Whatever colour. So yeah, so there you go. I'm just adding a touch of my little night sky there, a bit of blue, just to give it a little bit of shading as well. So you could colour this just as you would colour on paper, honestly.
Do you know, Sandra, as days at work go, this is one of my favourites.
Oh, that's lovely, thank you.
Yeah, honestly,
yeah.
it's been ace. Love it.
You see, look, it
I'm
starts
sort
to
of
really
forgetting
come
about
out.
my actual job.
Well, that's it, yeah, because we do have a few more stencils to show.
We do have more stencils
but, yeah,
to show. But
that's just the poinsettia. Look at you.
Look at that.
Look at you. Fantastic.
It's about to sell out. There's one left.
And it's actually quite nice with that 05, isn't it?
It is nice
it's
with the
really
bolder.
bold. Depends
Yeah.
what you want to do with it. So you've actually got the variant if you want. Lovely.
Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
I know.
Sandra, I'm just going to pop my cup of tea down. I'm just going to talk about the other stencils that we've got, because the poinsettia and holly is going to sell out. Well done if you got that. Now, last time Sandra was here, you took us on a journey, Sandra.
Oh.
You took us on a journey. We found a key next to a well, through a little door, peeped through that keyhole first, and entered a magical world called Locket Lane.
We did.
Didn't we?
And oh, what a journey. I think some of us are still down that rabbit hole.
Some of us still are down that
To
rabbit
be
hole.
honest.
Absolutely. But just a gorgeous concept. This is Locket Lane. This is a stencil for applique, sew tangling, and drawing. June says, can you imagine these pictures embroidered and beaded? I know, June, it's just incredible, isn't it? The versatility and the opportunities to play.
Absolutely.
And adults don't play at all.
No.
In many instances, and much, I would say most people don't play much.
No,
or
I
not
think
enough.
We lose it, don't we? We do it so much, and then life gets in the way, and we stop doing this, and we stop having that fun.
Yeah,
And that's what it is.
I don't know anybody that doesn't say,
we
oh,
worry.
children at school should sit in their tables more with books, and everyone says there should be more play in school, but no one says, maybe my life would be happier, maybe I would be a...
Maybe it's the word. Maybe the word play.
Yeah,
You
we
know,
associate it with kids.
Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe
I'll
we need
embrace
to-
that.
We need a new word.
We need a new word. Tangle. tangle. We all need to tangle. This is Locket Lane. So you get the stencils. You can see here kind of mushroom houses at a sort of fairyland, a fantasy fairyland with different bases and doors and windows and bases to a mushroom. Would you call it a stem?
It's a stalk.
A stalk,
isn't it?
of course it is. Thank
yes.
you. I was lost for words. You've got, here's the Locket Lane's keyhole. You've got, now these you can make into keyholes as well, can't you?
All sorts
These
of
and the
things.
circles combined. There's so many
Yes.
things you can do.
Absolutely.
You of course get your inspiration booklet and your instructional booklet. How to use those stencils to create appliques and how to build up your Locket Lane village. How to use them in other ways to create topiary, to create plants, to add extras like little flowers cut from fabric. And then how to add embellishments using stitches, either by machine or by hand. This is just fabulous, isn't it? This is permission to play, I think it's fair to say. Teresa from Essex says, we don't stop playing because we grow old. We grow old because we stop playing.
That's very deep. But yeah, how true is that? Yes.
That is.
Yeah,
that is
thank you for
fabulous.
that.
You're so true. It's so
Yes.
true. It's so true. We need to hang on to that playfulness, that sense of wonder.
Yeah. And don't be afraid of what other people think. I think as we get older, we think, oh, what will people say?
Yeah.
If it's not very good, who cares?
It's those comments we've hung on to from children. You can't draw. You're not an artist.
I was told
She's
I couldn't
an
draw
artist.
to it.
No, stop it.
I was
Were
at
you?
school. I was told I can't draw. Don't bother take art. You can't draw. I actually did textiles, which was actually more drawing than art.
Interesting.
But, yeah.
Interesting.
This is it. Interesting.
There
Yes.
you go. It's funny, isn't it? It's like, you know, a different vein. Well, I mean, I wasn't artistic at school at all. I didn't do textiles. I didn't do art. I didn't do needlework. Any of those things.
Things change.
Yeah.
You change.
Yeah, I didn't do sport at all. I was the kid who always got picked last. I spent 22 years making my living as a fitness instructor
So bizarre,
because,
isn't it?
you know, it's just finding the thing that's right for you.
Yes, it certainly is.
Let go of those labels, embrace playfulness or mindfulness, as Carol says here, leisure, you time, exploration. It's whatever you need. You get everything in there, all your different templates, and this is all about using these templates to create appliques. But of course, once you get into the Sanntangle mindset, I'm already looking at these mushrooms thinking, but I can add an extra line in here and then I can tangle in this lower section to create the gills of the mushroom. I can add surface embellishments. So that's Locket Lane at $23.99. Think of each of these, if you will, excuse me, as a workshop, a weekend workshop. Imagine what you would pay for a weekend workshop. Probably £250 for a weekend workshop where you would sit and play for the weekend. Get yourself this for $23.99, less than a tenth of the price, and a pad of paper or fabric, however you want to do it, and some pens. Don't forget the pens, super important. And have a weekend of playing. And at the end of it all, see how you've grown, see how you feel.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about how you feel. We don't talk about that enough. And this, any craft, this one in particular, very, very mindful.
Yeah.
But you're creating these beautiful works of art that you never thought possible.
Well, I mentioned earlier on how I forgot about my job.
Yeah.
While I was doing that, and that was in a couple of minutes, and I'd completely forgotten really where I was and what I was supposed to be doing, which I think is a good thing. If people are watching upstairs, sorry about that. I'm back to it now. Now our other stencil set, and then I'll jump over to Sandra and we'll do some more tangling, is a collection of book covers. So these are stencils for applique, so tangling and drawing. And these are book covers and book jackets. So what you get in here, 6 different sizes.
It's ever so funny. It's almost like I planned it, because you could actually make a sleeve or cover to match your
for your Sanntangle journal, for your planner.
And then they'll still fit in the bag that we did this morning.
I love it. I love
it. Of course, then you get A4, A5.
There it is. There it is. So each one of them has like a book jacket over the book, and these fit standard sizes too, don't they?
A4,
Things you
A5,
can buy.
and that planner. Yes.
Perfect. And then you've also got the book sleeve. So, for example, if you wanted to create a book cover for, say, wedding photographs, you then might want to make the sleeve as well that they would go into with that little button closure. You've got plenty of space at the bottom for tangling.
Of course.
Or machine embroidery, applique, a combination of all of those things. And then what a fabulous keepsake or heirloom. Now you also get the set of stencils for your tangling as well included, plus full instructions, not only how to tangle, but also how to make up those 6 different sewn projects. Again, for $23.99. Think of this as a weekend workshop.
Yeah.
Alone. I mean, it won't be one weekend, it will be many, many weekends and evenings and afternoons, but just as one weekend of playtime, $23.99 plus a few pens. Amazing, amazing thing to do. I'm coming back over. I need more tangling, Sandra.
Okay. I'm going to do something that's actually from Locket Lane, but it's not in the book.
Ooh,
so
I love
rather
a
than follow the
bonus.
instructions, we're going to draw something out. Do you want another piece? I haven't got any more.
Yeah. Well, I was going to doodle on my
You can
points.
you can do what you
I'm
like.
taking that home.
So in the instructions, this one isn't really referred to, and it looks great. It's another mushroom, isn't it? It's another stalk.
Yeah.
But let's change it up a little bit.
Okay.
So here we go. I'm going to bring in, notice friction pen.
Yeah.
This is almost like I'm drawing with pencil, because I know I can rub it out if I need to. So there's my first shape. This one, I'm going to sit it inside just slightly. There we go. Just to give me, I don't need the bit, so I've got that shape.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Can I do that one?
You can do whatever you
There
like.
we go.
So, straight in with our pen then. Actually, I might swap to an 05 with this one.
You want to be like the cool kids now?
Yeah, I'm copying now. So let's have a look at this. I'm going to carry this line on, and I'm going to follow it all the way along, and I'm going to go slightly up bank. Oh.
Okay.
Okay, trust me.
Mm-hmm.
Because then on the other
Oh,
side.
I perhaps haven't left myself enough space, have I?
Okay,
Maybe I
do
have.
it small.
Okay.
Just do a small little kick up the top there. There you go. How are you getting on with that surface?
I know.
Ready?
Like that, yeah. Okay.
And then on the other side, I'm going to follow this line up. But then when I get slightly further up, I'm going to come out.
Okay. Yeah,
go.
it's like I'm copying, isn't it?
All right. Come back to this. And, actually, no, I'll do that.
Do they join up at the top?
Yeah, I've just put like a little line just to join it there. There you go. So then here, I'm going to come in, and from here, I'm going to come in and go up a little bit. Okay.
Okay.
You can do this. It's a line. It's just a line. All right. And similar to the other side now, let's bring it up and up there. So I've got sort of similar type thing on both sides. There you go. And then this bit here, I'm just going to turn it this way because it's easy to draw this way. Because you've got to remember moves.
Oh, I see now. I can see.
There we go. And we're going to create that little bit of a wobble in there, look. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Done. Okay. So this one, I'm going to separate it into 3. But here I'm going to curve it at the bottom. So I've done the middle one first. There you go. Because on either side, I'm going to come round and I'm going to kick it out just a little bit there. And again, because it's easier, I'm going to draw it this way. Just going to kick it out slightly there. So I'm still using the shapes, but I'm creating my own now. There you go. And then where I've got these little gaps, I'm going to just come on in and put some little bends there. Okay. So let's put a little doorway in there.
Ooh.
And again, I'm going to put some little windows. These are little curved lines. So, you know, they're quite small, so freehand's not going to be too much of a problem there. And then in my little flower, which is the roof, I can bring in some lines just across the top there. And just sort of give it a little bit of shape around there. Same there, look. And the same there. So of course this is just one of many. And I'm going to put, remember we did S's earlier? I do like a, S's come up a lot, it's a backward one though. See, I'm going to go across the top there. So I'm not giving you time to think now, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And around, let's create a bit of a wave there. Yeah, so yours might be slightly different depending on how much space you've got there. And then we've just done those lovely little leaves with the poinsettia. We could bring some of those in and add as we go in sort of around the piece. And before you know it, you've created a new little dwelling.
Oh, stop.
It's lovely, isn't it? So again, that one isn't in the book, so I hope you recorded that. If not, you can watch it back. But there's 3 complete projects, but that one, just nice, isn't it, to sort of say, well, actually, let's do something different. And once you get going with this, what you'll find is you'll want to try different things out anyway. So imagine this, doing 3 or 4 of them, all sort of hanging from a branch. Or you could have stalks or tree trunks coming down, a bit of grass. Let's do that. So actually, let's look at the stencil to help us with that. We've got 3 different sizes here. So let's put this one in. So here it goes. And little stalk there. So I've used the middle one. But again, I'm not following the instructions. I'm just going with what I think and using the shapes to help me. So there we've got a bit of a tree trunk. Now let's put some little lines in. We could put steps down there if we want, but I'm not going to do that. I think a rope swing's going to do it, isn't it? There you go. So again, little dots and dashes now.
Cute.
Done my little tree trunk there. There we go. And along as we go. There we go. It's lovely, isn't it?
Oh, I'm loving it. And look, I'm doing my own thing now.
So here we go. Let's put a little rope swing in. Little line, just little curves. Look at that. And then, okay, we want a bit of a tire at the bottom, but circles can be difficult, so
they can be
here
difficult.
We go. That's going to sit behind there. There it is. And let's put a middle one in. There we go. And there's our little rope swing.
Oh, I love that. Oh, it's like a tree.
So let's start to, let's give it a bit of ground. And again, if you wanted to, you could stitch this. You could applique it.
You really could.
So
or just add little bits of
look at
stitching
yours
around.
all around and everything.
I've just added a few little bits. What do you think?
This, love this, because that would be our next sort of little bit, and put a bit of something underneath it. And then, of course, you've got your little bricks around your window. Love that.
It's just having a framework, isn't it?
Of course, and look how different. We've started with the same shapes, but look at the difference. Look at your leaves. My leaves. So you're doing your own thing.
And finding my own style
and
there.
That's how it works.
It's so much fun to do. It really is.
Absolutely.
Bex has said, I love to Sanntangle. Unfortunately, I'm not well at the moment and I've no mojo to do the things I usually enjoy, but I can sit quietly and Sanntangle cheers me up no end.
Oh, that's lovely.
It is
Thank
lovely.
You for that.
Yeah,
Thank you for sharing
really
that.
nice.
Yeah.
Carol's been playing all morning with Tunisian crochet. It's just got to find your thing, haven't you?
You have, absolutely, yes.
Got to find
you
your thing.
Absolutely, yes. So yeah, we like that.
Love that.
I mean,
Love
I've got one
that.
here that we've done a bit on. We did this a little bit in the last year, didn't we?
We did.
So
we
rather
did.
than drawing it straight off, you can applique it
That's
if you want
extraordinary.
to. But then you see here, I've got pen on there, so I've actually started, on my branches, I've started to actually draw over the top of it as well. So even a bit of coloured pencil. So wherever you want to go with it, it's just the starting point. Whether you want to draw it straight on, whether you want to applique, do your thing and then tangle over. The stencils are there to help you and give you that bit of structure.
It is just having that little bit of structure
and
there.
just giving yourself
it makes
permission
all the difference.
to say have a go, and that's where you look at this, where you could end up living here.
Yeah, I know. I want to.
Absolutely.
I want to
There's
move
colours and
I want the attic room.
Do you? Yeah, because I don't know. Maybe there's a trunk in the middle there somewhere.
I like that.
You like that idea?
I like
Bit
that
of a
idea.
hammock, maybe.
A hammock.
Between the two. See, all these stories start to come out. Just from a picture.
These would be so much fun to make for kids, wouldn't they?
They would. A little frieze across the walls.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing. And of course, you could merge this with the papercraft Locket Lane because that's smaller, so you could have the different sort of bits and pieces to go with it. So
it's always so inspiring when you're here.
It's a lovely one.
Yeah, absolutely love it.
Yeah,
have you got your Sanntangle stencil for Locket Lane? It's $23.99. Again, think of it as a scaffold to build on. You know, we're not starting from nothing. You might think like I do sometimes. I'm starting from ground zero. I have no talent inbuilt.
Look what you've done.
But I just need that little structure.
That little hint, isn't it? It's like having a ruler to draw a straight line, and that's where it starts.
I think often when you can't do something, you look at somebody who can do something and you think, well, you're just naturally talented. But you've spent your whole life practicing and doing this, haven't you?
In a sense, but actually tangling in its full version, it's 4 years, I would say. 4 years. I was told at school I couldn't draw, so don't bother. So you don't bother. Went back to college, early 20s, to do a little bit of it. I was told that I was rubbish.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't what the art teacher thought it should be. And then you just find your own way. And I think what you've got to do is you've got to say, okay, I appreciate your opinion. Thank you very much, but I'll just do my own thing.
Well, Sandra, are you a Sewing Bee fan? Do you watch the Sewing Bee?
Oh gosh, yes.
I was shouting at the television last night because it was like, look, I know you don't like the colours that they've picked for these appliques, but that is not what it's about.
No, I'm exactly with you.
Butt out, leave them alone. Criticise the sewing.
You're asking them to design, or you're asking them to sew?
Yeah,
that's two whole different balls apart.
We can do our own thing, can't we? We can make our own colours.
And that's exactly where this takes you. You do whatever you want with it. If you want dark and gothic, go dark and gothic. If you want pink and fluffy and fairies all over the place, that's fine too. You can do whatever you want to do with them. It's your choice. Once you've used the stencils,
dark gothic fairies.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Do it. Could you imagine this actually all blacks and purples?
I'd love that.
All this sort of real big branches
deep
coming out.
reds, spider webs, tangled spider webs in the corners. Oh, can we please?
Shall we? Let's do it.
Yes.
Let's put a spider web on. Right, here we go. So I've got a little curve there, starting it off. Now I want to do curves again, but I'm going to help myself here. And this is a big spider, isn't it? I'm going to put in some lines.
It's a Filipino bird-eating spider.
Do you know, I used to teach isometric drawing to kids, and we used to use isometric. It's where you've got 3 dimensions.
Right.
There you go. To draw 3D. One there.
Yeah.
And then we used to have Bob the spider, and he used to actually dictate where you put shading on it. So if Bob's sitting here, that means it's lighter. If he walks across to here, it's a different surface. He walks across to here, different surface. He walks across to here, he's squished, so you won't see him.
I like it.
So here we go. I'm gonna put curves there, and again, let's do some more curves. Look at that. Put some little bobbles on the end. It looks like the spider's spent time doing this. And then a little wobbly line, a little bubble.
I love it.
Here we go.
I love it.
Well, let's make it a little. I don't want to make him too big and scary.
No.
There you
They
go.
really do have those in the Philippines. I spent a lot of time out in the Philippines, and they have bird-eating spiders.
Oh,
So I had to
no,
get my head around that.
So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's cool. I like
Friendly
that one.
spider, love
He's
that.
nice. He's a nice spider, he is. But look how that's, again, it's changed the whole feel. You've got these lovely, fluffy, fancy colours, but then...
Really cute.
Lovely, isn't it?
Really cute, yeah.
So, okay.
It's just creating your own little fantasy world.
Yes.
And the thing that you show us time and time again is how achievable it is.
Yes.
With a structure and with inspiration. Now, obviously, we get loads of inspiration in the booklet and with the stencil, but we also get loads of inspiration from you on air and on your online presence.
Absolutely, yeah. You've got 2 pages. You've got the Sanntangle group page, fantastic community, and you'll find Lockett Lane in particular at the minute, really big. Christmas Close as well. So it's all starting to grow there.
Christmas
so many
Close.
stories, and you'll be able to pick up different ideas from there. And then, of course, the quilts, Sanntangle. If you have a look on there, it shows you specifically how to actually draw the quilt behind me, but I've done it as a coloured version on that. But if you want to, go and have a look, go and try it. YouTube as well, there's so much goes on YouTube. Type in Sanntangle, and we do tiles twice a week, completely free. You can go on there and watch it, or watch me on Facebook Live.
And it's just learning a new technique or a new way of taking a line for a walk.
Everything we do, it all works all the same. It all comes into the same category eventually, and it's down to whatever you want to do with it.
Absolutely love it, love it. Do we have any of the pens left? Right, so if you need pens, we've got less than half the stock now. $7.99 for 3. You get 2 03s, which are the real fine ones. You get 1 05, which is that thicker one. I mean, the difference in terms of the line is just if you have a look at this.
It's a really good way to see, actually, isn't it? Because you've got that lovely sort of fine line, but then if you want to go bolder, which is really, it's fabulous what you've done
work.
there.
Thank you.
It's just that one you've got to do.
Oh. Let me get the pen.
Just the one.
I'm going to fill that in while we talk.
They do that to me on my Facebook Lives. So just the one
You've missed a bit. You've missed a bit.
Yeah, but it's fabulous.
Now, we were talking earlier on, weren't we?
We were.
About free motion quilting on the Moxie.
Of course.
You have a Moxie
I do.
long arm quilting
I do.
machine. When did you get your Moxie?
I had mine for my birthday, which was just after Christmas. So I saw it and thought, I've got to have it. Ordered it and got it home, but of course yesterday you had 2 hours, so all that was recorded, and you got the Pro Light as well.
The Pro Stitcher Light, yeah. And now you've got that.
I did ring them and said I need it.
Yeah.
So they've sorted it for me, so it's arriving on Tuesday.
Amazing.
But do you know what? It's actually changed my quilting.
How and why?
Because
I love my long arm.
It's lovely to draw on, and we've done that, and we've literally just stitched in the ditch around, and it's beautiful. But I want to tangle on my quilts, and in order to do that, it's a faff getting it through the throat, isn't it, of your machine?
Yeah, it is.
So having the Moxie meant that I could pin it both sides, and I can draw, because that's what I'm doing. I'm drawing with a needle, whatever designs I'm creating, whatever we've drawn here. So these leaves, these curves, I could actually put that onto my quilts now, and I couldn't see another way of doing it. So it was, it was. I thought about it for about 10 minutes.
Yeah,
that was it. You know, but but I think it's such a good investment, honestly. And you can imagine doing all sorts of things over these kind of quilts. You've got the drawings, but then to draw with a machine as well.
With a sewing machine, absolutely.
Shall I shut up? But I'm so excited about the amount of things I want to do with it.
Absolutely love it.
Love it. So good things are coming from that, really.
Yeah,
so,
really cool.
It.
Well, I've just put the details on screen. I know lots of you got very excited yesterday about the Moxie, either with or without Pro Stitcher Light, and all the possibilities for free motion stitching and quilting. Just fab. Oh, Sandra, it's been a fabulous morning.
Oh, it has.
Thank
I've really
you
enjoyed it.
so much.
Thank you for trying it, actually, because I know we're live on air and you've never done it. It's a little bit intimidating, I'm sure, but you've done absolutely fabulous. You really have.
You've helped me to realise that despite the fact that I think I can't draw, actually with a bit of help I absolutely can.
You've done, absolutely. And
I'm a wizard, Harry.
Look at that. Fantastic.
Brilliant, thank you so much.
Oh,
when are you back?
I don't know. I actually don't know. Yeah.
When are you on Hobby Maker?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Great.
Yeah,
So if you want to see some more tangling,
yeah.
whatever we see you do, it can all be done on fabric.
Of course it can, yeah. We've always done that. So mix and match it. If you like something you see over there, you can transfer it to fabric or vice versa. Whatever works for you. But it's lovely, isn't it? It's just so much fun to do.
We'll tune in. Yeah. We'll tune in tomorrow on Hobby Maker. We're going to go to a break now. And when we come back, I'm going to have tools, and in particular I'm going to be showing you how to use some of my favourite Creative Grids rulers. So stick around, I'll see you after the break. Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Eva McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders. I mean, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hello, hello. Now, I'm glad you came back because I wanted to talk to you a little bit quickly about this quilt right here. This is a little sneak preview. This is my brand new quilt pattern and it's called Cobblestone Cabin. And here you're seeing it in the large bed quilt which uses 16 blocks plus a border, makes a gorgeous big bed quilt. And this setting I've chosen is a big country star. I've called this the country star. You can see that big kind of traditional patchwork star but made out of these special log cabin variation blocks. You've got them out in the corners as well to create this lovely quilt. It's jelly roll friendly. It's an easy make, it's a confident beginner make, and I'm going to be showing you how to do it on Monday. I'm also just looking around for my cushion, there it is. The pattern also comes with a 9-inch version of the block, so a smaller version of the block. And so what you can do with this is you can make smaller projects like I've made this pillow, but equally you can make the whole quilt using these size blocks as well. So you've got a quicker version, you've got a slower, more scrappy version if you want. You can also do all sorts of different settings. So same blocks can look completely differently. There's patterns for a baby quilt, a wall hanging, bed quilts, cushions, all of that in one pattern. That's going to be at 10 o'clock on Monday morning. I'm also going to be doing a fabulous Jason Yenter quilt at 8 AM on Monday. So make sure you tune in for that. Now, let's go over here and have a look at some rulers. Creative Grids just make so many fabulous products that I just love using. And I'm going to start off with the Kaleidoscope Triangle ruler, okay? So to start with, I need to cut a bit of fabric up. So I've got my rotating cutting mat, I'm just going to unlock it. Oop, that one's already unlocked. So let's unlock it. There we go. Right, so I've got my rotating cutting mat and I've got a bit of fabric here. Now I'm using the Wiltshire Shadow summer bundle that we had earlier on. And this is really rather lovely. And I'm just going to layer up a couple of layers. And I've got a nice neat fold at the bottom. Just line up those folds. Okay, and I'm going to use the edge of the ruler. So what you'll see is on the actual ruler itself, you've got these triangles that we're going to use for creating our kaleidoscope. It looks a little bit like Alison Marion's birthday crown, doesn't it? So it's got those, but it's also got this section here on the end, which is very much like a ruler, and that's exactly what it's for. This is for cutting out our strips to create our strip piece units, which is awfully clever, isn't it? I imagined I'd have to start grabbing my regular rotary cutting ruler, but none of that. So I've straightened up one edge. I'm going to turn the whole thing around, and then I'm going to cut my 2.5 inch strips. So absolutely love that I've got that included in my ruler. So of course you've also got the potential to use this with things like jelly rolls, of course, but for this I'm going to use yardage. Now what I need to do first of all is sew these together. So right sides together. I always love it when I get a chance to do a bit of sewing on air. So not quite sure how many of these I'll need. I'm going to cut one strip set, or sew one strip set, and I think that will be enough, but I want you to see how quick and easy this is to make. And this is going to create kaleidoscope blocks. Okay, so I've got my strip piece unit done. I'm going to grab my iron. Got my wool pressing mat as well. Really do get great quality patchwork out of these. And then I'm going to flip my seam allowance towards the dark side, and I'm just going to finger press first of all, just to avoid any of those little pleats and tucks that you can sometimes get when you strip piece. So once I've done that, I'm going to iron it in the direction of the seam that I sewed. Love that colour change when you are in Wiltshire Shadow. It does go back to the original colour, don't worry. So I've done that now, and now I'm going to grab my kaleidoscope ruler. Okay, so what you're going to do here is you're going to lay this on top, and you're going to line up the flat ends of the triangles with the end of the strip, and then the top line will run along the raw edge of your fabric. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to cut our triangles. Now do you see these almost like keyholes here? These are going to allow us to cut all the way up, do you see, into the top of the triangle. Now this in the middle is not waste. I don't think it's waste. These are also triangles. So I'm going to cut all the way along. Okay. So I've done my first 4. Oops, missed that one. And then I'm going to carry on cutting down the rest of the strip. And I think I should have enough, fingers crossed. So I've already got, I'm just lining up that cut line here with my edge. So I'm going to carry on 2, 3, and 4. Right, smashing. So I have got all of the pieces that I need. Right, so what you'll see now is, look, I've got kind of odds and evens. You see, so I've got 4 of each, and what I'm going to do is put these together, alternating those colours. Okay, so this is going to create my kaleidoscope. Don't worry about that hole in the middle. I shall get rid of that. Right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sew them together into these pairs. All right, so always with the dark one on top, and that's not anything special other than it's going to remind me which way to sew them together. And of course, because you flipped them, your seams will nest. So let's sew these together, and I'm going to chain piece these. 1/4 inch seam allowance, always with the dark fabric at the top and on top. Okay, 2 more to go. So sew them all into pairs first. How much fun is this? The fabrics, by the way, that I'm using are the Wiltshire Shadow from Liberty Summer Bundle. We had them on at 8 AM. If you want to get your bundle, then you can. So I've sewn everything into pairs, and I'm just going to clip those apart. There we go. And keep up with your pressing. Press as you go. So we'll set all our seams. And then we'll finger press. Setting seams is going to just help to shrink back the stitching and help literally set those stitches into the fabric. Now, I like to press all of my seams open on a block like this because it's going to distribute the bulk. So I'm just going to press each seam open and keep working throughout. Now, you can probably guess the next couple of steps. I'm going to sew these quarters into 2 halves and then join the 2 halves. So far, so straightforward. But I'm sure you've also noticed that what that gives me then is an octagonal block. And I'm a quilter, I know quilt blocks are square, right? Well, they're not all square, of course. But this one's made square. And no, we don't have to start using another template to do that. I'll show you how you're going to cut your corner squares. So I've got all those pressed. And I'm just going to very, very quickly now join these into 2 halves. Okay, so there's one, and here's the other. Love getting this chance to do a little bit of playtime. It's great fun, and we don't always get time to demonstrate the rulers and the templates. And the thing is, it's quite easy to look and think, well, what's that all about? What's that for? And it's really nice just to have a little play and see what you can do. I am indeed using the 680 Plus. You know, that's my machine. It's the one I use at home. So I'm just pressing that open. I do take it to hotels as well. I never ever sew later than about 7:30. Don't worry if you're ever in the room next to me. I won't keep you awake at night. I'm always tucked up in bed by 8 o'clock, so, you know. So I'll just press that last seam open. And so far so good, so no pins. But I probably would use pins for the last little bit, just to get everything matched up, but we'll freestyle today. So I'm going to put the last little bit together, and I just want everyone to keep their fingers crossed for me now. If not, then I'll be grabbing a button and I believe I can do it. There we go. Just squish everything flat in the middle. If not, I'll grab a button and just cover everything with a button. I don't know whether that was a great centre or... Oh, it's not the best, but do you know what? I'm going to accept that because it's not too bad for sewing live on TV, is it? And I'll squish that open. You want to spend a little bit of time getting your seams open. I struggle with this. I've just cut my nails and I've no nails now so I'm just going to squish that flat and press that out and get that as flat as I can. Right, there we go. So, a little bit mismatched in the centre, but you get the idea. So now you're probably thinking, okay, what about these corners? Well, let me show you what to do. What about those corners? What to do? Stop it. You're frightening me. Let's see, what colour? Do you think the blue would be nice? What do you think about blue as the corners? Shall we? Let's do blue then. Okay, right. So I've got my fabric. I'm just going to give it a quick press. And what I'm going to do is use the ruler to cut the setting corners. So, let me show you. So you'll notice on here that there's a 3/4 of an inch line. Do you see that right here? Yeah? So what I'm going to do is I'm just making sure that I can get 3 1/4 inches off this strip. So I'm going to straighten one side, twist the whole thing around, and then again I'm going to line up that 3/4 of an inch line on my cut edge along here, and then trim. Okay, then from there, just like a normal rotary cutting ruler, wait a minute, go a bit further in, I haven't got both bits. There we go, got it. Okay, so then you're going to cut your 3 3/4 inch there it is, your 3 3/4 inch line. Okay, so we're just lining that up along the side, and then you're going to cut that on the diagonal. So you don't need to use any other ruler for this. And then, to put this together, you've got 4 corners now. And the easiest way to make sure this goes on properly is to just fold your corner units together. So match up your seam, put a little crease. Do the same with your outer fabric, but do that wrong side together. Okay, and then you're going to match up the creases, and because you did one right side up and one wrong side up, you get a valley and a hill, and they go together. So then drop that into your machine, 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then if I just give that a quick press and fold it back, you'll see that what it does, it lines up perfectly. Isn't this gorgeous? And then you're just going to snip off dog ears. And you get the perfect square corner. So then all you've got to do to finish your block is to sew those to all 4 sides. Now, if you want to be a little bit more speedy with that, you don't need to do the folding and finding the centre. Do it from this side. Make sure there's an even triangle off each side, and you should still get the same result. I'll do it and we'll see. No marks today, Stuart, for your pressing. In fact, at home, I'll be honest with you, I would use Best Press on a project like this, and I would give it a spritz, and I would press all those seams open, because for real success with a block like this, you want your seams as flat and open as you can possibly get them, and then you'll get the best possible block. Last corner going on now. Okay, there we go. Last little corner. Just make sure that seam is open there as I sew over the top. And that, my friends, is that. I'm just going to flip. Oh, look what I've done. I've sewn that corner triangle on the wrong way round. Never mind. Spot the deliberate mistake. you see there, I've stitched it on back to front. You know what they say, the person that never made a mistake never made anything at all. So I'll trim my dog ears off. And that is the finished kaleidoscope block. How cool is that? Really cool, and can be put together in all kinds of ways. This is the kaleidoscope ruler from Creative Grids. It's $29.99. I think that's super fun, really good fun to make. Another little tip for you. If you want to, you can make one of the strips or both of the strips out of 1.5 inch strips sewn together. So two 1.5 inch strips sewn together will make a 2.5 inch strip. So you could have here, say for example, this outer one, you could make that out of 2 1.5 inch strips sewn together, and then you would have a split and a split and a split and a split. So you could introduce a third or a fourth colour in like that. Cool as that. Love it, love it. That's the kaleidoscope, and I should just say that the finished size of that block, let me just measure it and tell you. Oh, my tape measure's gone. My tape measure's gone. I've picked it up and I've moved it maybe. Oh, I've moved it. It's always me that's moved it. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Alex. 8.5 inch block. It's an 8.5 inch block. Yes, it's a design feature. It's a design feature. Yeah, I definitely want it. This definitely not been made by a machine. That was made by a human being, that was. But isn't it clever that you even cut your 2.5 inch strips and your setting triangles from one ruler? I love that. I love that. I think it's a really, really clever little feature of that ruler. So that's the kaleidoscope. Now, I want to run through a couple of other basics, good basics that everybody needs from Creative Grids, because they all have one feature which I adore, and that is the non-slip spots on the back. Let's start perhaps with the 7/4. That's the 8.5 inch square. So whether you're cutting out background squares, whether you're squaring up the corner of your quilt after you've quilted it, maybe you're trimming down your half square and quarter square triangles, or you're scrap quilting, squaring up your blocks, an 8.5 inch square ruler, absolutely brilliant for all of those jobs. This is a must-have for every quilter. For every quilter. Obviously we all go for our 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler first, but when you're adding an extra ruler into the pile, I would say a square ruler like this is probably the next best thing you should have. So that's your 8.5 inch square for $16.99. We've also got another favourite of mine, which is the 6.5 by 12.5. Now most rulers would be 6 by 12, or if you're lucky, 6.5 by 12. But this is 6.5 by 12.5. I love the fact that you've got that extra ½ inch lip added on. And if you want to use that, then you use it this way round. And if you don't want to look at that, use it this way round, and then you're just counting the whole numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see? So if you wanted a 5 inch strip, you'd use it this way round, and you'd lay this on the cut edge, this on the cut edge, and measure out to here. But then if you want to cut a 5.5 inch strip, then you're going to lay the 5.5 inch mark on your cut edge and then cut along here, and you'll get a 5.5 inch strip. Very easy to use. And then the absolute must-have. Yeah, this is the must-have. So this is the 6.5 by 24.5, ending 06. So this is that absolute essential for every quilter. Oh, thank you, Charlie. There's a barcode, there's a QR code on every ruler. It's actually printed on the ruler itself. And if you scan that with your phone, it'll take you through to a video showing you how to use the ruler or the template. I mean, you always get instructions, but we lose instructions, right? We lose instructions. Sometimes it's just nice to actually see it being done. Now, I've been sewing on the 680 Plus from Elna. This is my machine. This is the one I use. Fabulous machine. If you've any questions about it, get them in. Always happy to answer questions about the 680 Plus or any machine really, but the 680 Plus I really know. Okay, so next up I'm going to show you this one. Now this is the non-slip multi-size flying geese and 45 and 90 degree triangle ruler, which is quite a snappy title. I think you'll agree. Rolls off the tongue. If I was to say this was your half square your flying geese ruler, that sort of tells you some of what you need to know. If you think of a flying geese unit, you've got that big triangle that we call the geese, and then you've got your two smaller triangles that we call the sky. If you think about it, those two triangles that form the sky are half square triangles, and that large geese triangle is a quarter square triangle. So now it becomes a half square triangle ruler, a quarter square triangle ruler, and a flying geese ruler. So suddenly you've got three different ways of using it, and they actually make the most used quilt units in quilting. Let me show you how you use it. It's genius. And I love this ruler so much that I've actually mentioned this, and only this ruler, by name in my new book that comes out last year. Because this saved, I think it's fair to say, this saved my sanity over one quilt. Over one quilt. That has a lot of small half square triangles in it. It's a beautiful quilt. You'll want to make it, but there's a lot of small triangles in it. Right, so first of all, we're going to cut some strips. Now, the way this ruler works is you find your finished size of flying geese, okay? It's always geese, it's always plural. Even if you only make one unit, it's a flying geese unit because the triangle is the skein of geese flying through the sky, not one goose. It's the whole lot of them. And so this says to me I can make a 6 by 12, a 5.5 by 11, a 5 by 10, a 4.5 by 9, all these different sizes, multi sizes. Now let's say I want to make a unit which is 2 inches by 4 inches. Flying geese are usually twice as long as they are tall. So a 2 by 4. I read across and it tells me I need 2.5 inch strips. Okay, and this is for my geese. Okay, so for 2 by 4 I need a 2.5 inch strip. If I look on the other side, this is going to cut me my half square triangles. And again, a 2 by 4, I need a 2.5 inch strip. It's the same size strip. I also love the fact with this ruler that you can use jelly roll strips to make half square triangles that finish at 2 inches. If you did it by half, you know, the usual method where you layer the two together, you would need 2 7/8, which means jelly rolls can't be used, which is annoying. It's too annoying. Don't like it. So I'm going to cut a 2.5 inch strip of this one. Okay, so I'm just lining up my ruler. So I've got that. And then actually I've already cut a 2.5 inch strip of this one from where I made my kaleidoscope. So I've got my 2.5 inch strips. Right, so what I need to do now, I'm going to layer these right sides together because I'm going to do a bit of smart cutting, what I call smart cutting. Right, so if I want to do my half square triangles, again I find my 2 by 4 that I want to do. I'm going to line that up and you'll see straight away that the dog ear at the top is cut off. That's why you only need a 2.5 inch strip and not a 2 by 7 and 7/8. So I'm going to trim that off. So already what I've got there, I've got a pair of half square triangles and they're already paired together, ready for sewing. I'm going to flip the ruler and cut. There's my next pair. Flip the ruler. Now you could have 4 layers of fabric all stacked up here to create these half square triangles. So this is how I'm going to make and so I'll just whiz them through the sewing machine just to show you what I mean. So I like to chain piece. So I'm going to grab my next one. And this is what I've said this a few times recently. I don't tend to cut squares and draw the diagonal and sew either side and then cut it apart. I tend to just cut triangles now and piece them together because it's quicker, it's accurate, and it gives me the results I want. So this is going to give me half square triangles. Yeah. So here we go. So that's saved lots of time already. So I can make my half square triangles using this. All right, super. But I said about using them for flying geese. So let's do that. So I'm just going to grab my blue because that's going to be my geese. I'm using the fat end, the flying geese end for this. Okay, and I can cut my large triangles. So again, it's still just a 2.5 inch strip. There's a geese, and it sounds wrong. And there's a geese, so you just keep cutting like that. And then here, well, I'm going to do the same again because I want these for something else. So I'm going to cut these ones. I'll cut a couple of those. Ooh, cut all the way through. Like I say, this ruler I love so much, I've actually recommended it in my new book, and it's the only ruler I've mentioned by name. So I've got a few geese there as well, but then I'm actually going to use the short end of this to cut some half square triangles. So there's one and there's two. Just need those. And now I'm going to grab one of my geese, two of my sky pieces, and I'm going to sew them together to create my flying geese unit. All right, so same again. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch seam allowance on one side, press that back, and then the other side, and you'll see here, look, where the dog ear is cut off, it lines up perfectly with this top edge. Do you see right here? Because there's no dog ear. So I'm going to run that through my machine as well. And that will give me my flying geese unit. So I'll just trim off the remaining dog ears, the old dog ends. There we go. And there's my flying geese unit. So far I've made half square triangles that finish at 2 inch squared. I've got my flying geese that finishes 2 inches by 4 inches. And I cut some flying geese as well. I just need one more. I'll trim that. So now if I take 4 of these geese units and sew them together, I've actually got my 1/4 square triangle units. Now remember that the long edge of my flying geese is 4 inches finished. So this is actually going to create a 4 inch finished 1/4 square triangle. So the longest length on that measurement is going to give you your 1/4 square triangle. So if you wanted 2 inch square finished 1/4 square triangles, you can do that too. You would use the 2 by 1 flying geese line because it's the bigger number. is the size of your quarter square triangles. So same again here. I'm just going to line these edges up. And so. And then I'm just going to flip these open, and I'm going to press my seam allowances towards the pink. I've left them attached together because now that's going to hold my centre together. So rather than having to grab a pin, my thread's doing the job for me. And then I'll just sew straight down the middle. Make sure my two ends are matched up. They are. See, I say to you, don't be afraid of sewing triangles together. Hasn't always got to be squares. And then I'll just grab my iron. Give that a little press. And probably at home I would press these seam allowances open, but just for today I'm going to press them to one side. While I'm in a pressing mood, let's do all of these as well. And what was so wonderful about using this ruler for my block, for my quilt that I made for the book, was that the units that I need for that are actually 1.5 inch finished half square triangles. Now if you use the old method, or the method that we often use, I would have needed to cut strips that were squares that were 2 3/8 of an inch wide. So straight away I'm thinking, don't want to do that, thanks. And then I've got to pair up those squares and draw a diagonal line across a 2 3/8 of an inch square. And then I've got to try and sew either side of that. I tried that on one block, and it took me about an hour and a half, and I was, at the end of it, I was like exhausted. I'm not doing this. And then I thought, wonder if this ruler would make it any easier. Oh, that was it. I was away. And then I very happily made the quilt. So there we go, look, one ruler, and I can make quarter square triangles in, I think it's 8 different sizes, half square triangles in 8 different sizes, and flying geese in 8 different sizes. Now that is good value for money. Brilliant value for money, because these are the shapes we use in every quilt. So although yes, we can make these units using our regular ruler, and I've spent decades making them that way, I discovered this ruler, and now this is the one I reach for because it's so much easier. So much easier, it really is, and faster as well, because you smart cut, you're sewing triangles, there's no drawing, there's no trimming down, it just works every time. So there you go. Right, shall we look at a few more good basic rulers? Let's look at some more good basic rulers. Okay, so I'm going to jump now to stripology. Okay, because stripology is one of those things. Now, if you're thinking about making my new quilt, the cobblestone cabin, a stripology ruler is going to be your new best friend. It really is, because it's just going to make cutting out all of those strips an absolute dream and a joy. So let's start off with Stripology XL. The big boy, the Stripology XL ruler. There it is. So if you've never seen these in action before, I will use this on Monday morning, but essentially you lay out your folded fabric underneath. There's a line along the bottom to line up with the fold on your fabric, and then you've got all of these slots cut into the ruler. And this simple act of putting your rotary blade into the slot, you slice between the channels, which holds your blade in a nice straight position. You don't have to hold this down slavishly. There's a weight to it. Next slot, next slot, next slot, and you can cut numerous 1.5, 2.5, 1 inch, 2 inch strips. Quick, easy, accurate. This is the kind of thing, if you do a lot of strip pieced quilts, it's a no-brainer. You might buy this specifically to make my cobblestone cabin quilt. I reckon if you use this, you'd probably cut your cutting time down by a half, maybe. Now, for you, that might be everything, because you're time poor, you want to make the quilt, but also you might struggle with a ruler that slips and slides. This is brilliant. Anita's got in touch saying, thanks for your demo, Stuart. Which ruler would you recommend for somebody just returning to patchwork as the best first buy? Anita, welcome back. We've missed you, but we're glad you're here now. I would say it would be this. Your 6.5 inch by 24.5 inch ruler. This is going to be your everyday, you know, use it over and over and over. This is your strips, your squares, your triangles. You can do almost everything with this. And if you only have one ruler, it needs to be this. Non-stick dots all across the back, which help to hold the fabric steady while you're cutting. Brilliant stuff, that. So that would be my tip. So that's the Stripology XL. Now I've also got the classic Stripology. Is this the mini or this one? I've got Stripology Squared. Yeah, ending 3.5, yeah. Stripology Squared. So this does exactly the same function as the XL, but it's a little smaller. So you can still fold your fabric in half, pop it underneath and make those cuts. There just aren't as many of them, so but you're still going to cut much faster and with that great accuracy, because you're cutting between slots, cutting the ruler. And so, for example, when you square up the fabric, normally I would square up on the right and then turn the board around and then cut my strips, move my ruler, cut my next strip. With your Stripology, you're going to square up on this side and then immediately start cutting your strips. You don't have to move the ruler at all until you get to the end, and then you can move it along or take those strips away, move your fabric along, put your ruler back on top. You can either line this first one up with your cut edge, or I like to just put maybe 1/4 of an inch over into the ruler, re-neaten that edge, and then cut my strips again. Fabulous, love that. And then you've got the Stripology Squared Mini. This is fab if you use a lot of fat quarters for your work or a lot of scraps for your work. You can also use this to square up units up to 6.5 inches square. Square up things like half square triangles as well and quarter square triangles. So that's really useful. But I think if you want to tame your scraps and cut them into useful and usable strips and squares, then the Stripology Squared Mini is a really, really good buy. Okay, that's that. Right, shall we do another demo? Let's do another. Yes, please. Okay, let me see what I've got. All right. No, exactly. Right. Stop it. They're being naughty boys as normal, All right, okay, so for this one, this is the 60-degree equilateral triangle ruler. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a bit more fabric. As always, I'm just piling up fabric, but that's okay. Ooh, there we go. Like that. Yeah, yeah. Right. So what I'm going to do here is, so with your equilateral triangle, you can create all sorts of effects. I particularly like strip piecing units together, first of all. Now, this here gives you an indication of the sizes of strip or the sizes of triangle that you can cut. I'm going to strip piece them together first. So I'm just going to grab some fabric and I'm going to cut a couple of 3.5 inch wide strips to start with. So you can see here I'm using this side of the ruler, so I'm looking at 3.5 and make my cut. It's as easy as that. And then I'm going to sew these 2 strips together, right sides together. 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now this is another way that you can tame your scraps, because you can sew them together, and even if you've only got, say, like 1 inch wide strips or 1.5 inch wide strips, or a real mixture of different widths, you can sew them all together and create what we call string pieced fabric. So string pieced fabric essentially is where you make new fabric out of your bits and bobs. Your wee little bits and bobs. Right, I'm just thinking, where did I put my pressing mat? And it's right there. This is what I'm like at home and in my studio. I'm constantly losing things. I'm working in quite deep mess. But I do think that's where I feel at my most creative. All right, so I've pressed out my strip. So what you're going to do now with your equilateral triangle ruler, it works in quite a similar way to the kaleidoscope. Okay, so I'm just trimming off So all I'm doing here is flipping my ruler this way and that. And you'll see as well that the top part of the triangle is a blunt end rather than a pointed end. I don't think I'm going to get one more. Am I going to get one more? Oh, look at that. Literally just. It is a fluke, isn't it? There we go. I'll take that. Okay, good. Right, so now we've got, so we can do as before with our kaleidoscope. We can create, now this time obviously these are different angles. Our kaleidoscope was a 45-degree angle. This is a 60-degree angle. So actually 6 of those together creates a hexagon. Okay. I don't get that. I don't get that. Right, anyway, so you've got a hexagon. Now, what I would say is when you're making this up into a quilt, you might want the full hexagons. Can you imagine lots of these in different colours, your Wiltshire shadow or solids or whatever you want your scraps? So you want these hexagons, and of course you can do lots and lots of different sizes, but don't sew them together into hexagons, okay? Sew them together into half hexagons, like this. Once you've got those sewn into your half hexagons, then you can arrange these into long rows. So we'll have, say, like a pink half hexagon here, and then we might have blue half hexagon here, and it will be the other way up. So imagine this, it looks a little bit like the roof of a house, doesn't it? Do you see what I mean? So you've got your half hexagon this way up, and then you've got your next half hexagon this way up. So this is a straight seam, this is a straight seam, fine. When we join this half hexagon to this one, this is a straight seam too. So we sew long rows. Now our next row, the row above this, will have a corresponding half hexagon that goes the other way up, and then the next half hexagon, and so on. And then you sew the rows together. So it is all straight seams. Whereas if you sew together a whole hexagon, when you try and join that to another hexagon, you've got to do a Y seam to join them. So if you keep them as half hexagons, you'll only have to sew straight seams. Now, another thing you can do with these, of course, is that you can grab a different colour fabric. Let's say, for example, the blue, and you can cut out. So what I'll do, let me just fold this a second. Now, obviously, that was 2 3.5-inch strips sewn together, which made a 6.5-inch strip. So for this one, I'm going to cut a 6.5-inch strip. I'll flip that around and cut across the full width. And then I'll grab my ruler again, and I'm going to cut out just solid triangles. So there's one. I'll cut out 3. So versatile, these rulers, and you know, the more you play with them and the more videos you watch, the more you will get out of them. So now what we can do is we can start piecing together half and full hexagon triangles. There's my other one, and I've got, did I get one more? I think it's a different colour, isn't it? You know what you'd want to do there, you want to cut out, this one needs to be in the other colour really, the way around, but I'm cutting short strips just to show you quickly. So now we've got another effect using the same ruler. Or even we might just sew these into rows and just have, this could be a border that we sew to a quilt. That we just sew these together and sew around a quilt. Loads of different ways you can use them. You could also create this kind of thing and then have, you know, another triangle here. So this way you could build up a tall pyramid, but what that's going to be is a really large 60-degree triangle. So basically whatever you can do with these, you can then do with that bigger one. So imagine creating a huge pieced hexagon out of lots of these joined together. The possibilities really are almost endless. It's a fab template. So that's another of my absolute favourites. Right, okay, just want to mention a couple of other favourite rulers while we're here. One of them is the Dresden plate ruler, and I know we often demo this because it's quite a fun little demo, but I know you've probably seen this 100 times. But the Dresden, if I didn't have the Creative Grids ruler, I wouldn't make Dresden. Because I can't be bothered, I'll be honest, I can't be bothered drawing around cardboard templates, cutting it out with scissors. It's not as accurate. I would much rather use one of these, and they're brilliant, and I love Dresden plate. It's so versatile. You can make full plates, half plates, 3/4, quarter units, fans. It's ace. This sold out. Well spotted. Another one that I absolutely love is this one, which is the hexagon trim tool. Love that, because again, you can cut out full hexagons and piece those together. You've got little drilled holes where you can pop a pencil through and mark your intersections. So what you would do, let me show you very quickly, if you wanted to piece whole hexagons, is you would cut your hexagon out. So let's just cut that really quickly. Let's turn the mat around. I'm hoping that I just happen to have a pencil handy. Oh, thanks, Alex. So what you would do then, if you're piecing hexagons, is you would lay your template on top, like that. Thanks, Alex. Brill. And then you go through that hole and you want to put Hey, what? Right, so you put your little pencil dot there, you can just about see. And then what you want to do is just, you don't have to join them up, but draw a little line like that. And then draw a little line like that. Okay, just like that. Can you see what I've done in the corner? And you'll do that at each corner. You'll draw those pencil lines in. And then when your piece, obviously on the right side of the on the wrong side of the fabric rather. And then when you get to that point, you've actually got a point drawn. You can run up to it. You can make sure your stitching's on that line. Stop there and backstitch. And then when you come to join these together, you've got an exact starting and stopping point. It just makes all the difference. Right, I need to do the menu. Tomorrow is Friday and we're starting off 8 a.m. Workroom tools and Tim Holtz fabrics. I am in heaven. At 9 a.m. we've got the pixelated rose quilt with Sally Ann Harrison. This blew my socks off. It's gorgeous. At 10 a.m. perfect match. No spoilers. And then at 11 a.m. actually we've paired beautiful printed fabrics with perfectly coordinating solids. You'll love that. At 11 a.m. we've got more Sally Ann designs with Sally Ann Harrison, and I'm going to be getting the inside story on her new book. And then at 12 o'clock we've got Workroom Essentials. I'll be here. I think you should be here too. Let's make it a date. Enjoy the rest of National Kissing Day. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And if nothing else, remember it's also National Onion Ring Day. So that's tea sorted. I will see you bright and early in the morning. Goodbye.